Good evening, everybody. It is I, Jesse Jamie, your virtual resident of the internet, and today we are playing Ace Attorney. Yes. I was kind of chopping up between doing Ace Attorney or art today because I am actually nearly finished with the Ayla piece. I just now need to do the coloring and rendering. But I thought I'd do Ace Attorney instead because I did say we were probably gonna do it last time, but then changed plans like last minute. So I guess to make up for that, we'll do Ace Attorney today. Yeah. But I hope you all had a fantastic start to your week. I have had a pretty decent one, actually. I got quite a bit of work done, which I gotta be happy about. And I thought, and I was also like thinking about, I was also like looking at like more resources for like proof and all that stuff. Yeah. Hang on a second, I'm getting the game up here real quick. Boop. There we go. Woo! But anyway, last time we left off, they're trying to imply that maybe it's the assassin that did it, but I'm gonna be honest here, I don't think he did. I don't know, again, as I was thinking in the back of my head, I was like, it just seems way too obvious, and like, really, I feel like the only like evidence we have on this is like, because really when you think about like the evidence we have in it so far, he's an assassin, which I mean doesn't necessarily mean he killed him. Does that make any sense? I mean, I know it makes him like more likely, but I mean, it's just a case like just because he is something doesn't mean, you know, he did the thing. And also they're saying, oh, his dog attacked him in his holding cell. And it's like, we didn't see a dog. We saw like a black blur, and I said it when we saw it, like, that seems like way too small to be like the dog in question. Not only that, but we also, our other evidence is a testimony that is flimsy at best because the person is untrustworthy. Anyway, if I remember correctly, this guy kind of lied about his profession. Thinks might be the best or second best second trial in the series. Yeah, like, I was thinking about it before, but like, I'll talk more about once we finish, but so far this is cracking up to be like my like at least like favorite second case like so far in the series. You withheld information from me. Why? I didn't withhold anything. Oh, at least I didn't mean to. Okay, so you are a member of the very big circus, right? No, I mean, yes, but no. I'm not really a member. I'm still new. That's irrelevant. You're still a member. Oh. He's a clown. Well, yeah, in more ways than one, it seems. Okay, let's try this again. Why didn't you tell us? Because it would have looked so suspicious. Me, a performer at a circus show, and me being friends with Bronco. I thought if anyone found out, nobody would believe I was innocent. Not even you, Kay. I thought I made it clear that I believed in you. But when you stare at me like that, I get so terrified. You're a real smooth operator, aren't you, Miles? Any other clients scaring tips you want to share? You're really not helping here, Fender. And at this rate, it sounds like we really will need to question him about everything all over again. So what do you do at a circus, Simone? I'm an animal tamer, kind of. I'm still learning the ropes. That's so cool. Do you get to train lions and tigers and bears and stuff? Oof. Lions, tigers, bears! Oh my! No! I work with this little guy. Looks pretty tame already to me. I mean, yeah, also, I'm like fairly certain we've seen that monkey before, like in the second game. But yeah, I know, I'm just thinking, like, if you're training like tame an animal, you wouldn't get them to tame like a wild animal right off the bat, right? You'd probably start with at the very least like a semi-tamed one and just use it to at least like teach them the ropes, right? So you're not exactly a tamer. More like one of those old-timey organ grinders. Oh, cute. That's actually kind of cute. Wait, hang on. Not now. Not now, money. I'm trying to... Oh, you little scamp. Also, did the police really just let you bring that into your... Okay, then. Oh my god, he's ratatouilleing his ass. Depends how dick the workplace is. I'm going to take a stab in the dark and say that it isn't, like, that bad of a place. Oh my god. Yeah, fucking, he just remmied his ass. Oh my god. Also, I probably should actually be really careful about how I say that. Something tells me it's the organ grinder who's being monkeyed around. When we spoke to you before, you said you worked at a company. I was telling the truth. The circus really is a company. We all have titles and everything. Okay, you didn't lie to us, but you didn't exactly tell the truth either. The Ringmaster's CEO, and I'm, I guess you'd call me a gopher. I even have a line manager. She's head of the animal training department. It's part of the showbiz division. She's such an inspiration. There isn't a creature in the world she could have convinced to do her bidding. Even Miles here. I'd like to see somebody whip him into shape. I am not some kind of creature, Fender. So does line manager. Was she working with you on the show? Yes, it was just us two. It wasn't all that big of a job compared to what we normally do. She's usually the one performing on stage. I just do the monkey work. But I did have a big... Is that meant to be big part or bit part? I feel like it's the second typo we've come across in this game so far. So only 2 members of circus are relevant to this case. Alright, talk me through the movements here at the facility. Sure, I came to see Bronco at around noon 2 days ago. And that was when you bought him these chest sets? Yes, and that same evening, I started working on setting up the stage in the yards. It was so hard, I had to hold everything in by myself over multiple trips. Okay. I'm gonna take a stab in the dark. Bronco's body's gotta be under that cover. Not saying he murdered him, but I'm just saying someone placed the body in the cage and had him move the body from, like, the holding cell to, like, the actual prison itself. They let us use one of the rooms in the prison for storage. Workshop A, I think? Workshop A, where Knight's body was found. You mean your boss didn't help you? Oh no, I could never ask her to schlep all the stuff around. Like I said, the monkey's work's my job. Once it was already set up, we did a run through, and it must have been, midnight by the time I left. Next morning, I was back ready for the show, which started around 8 a.m. and then performed till 10? How much sleep did you get, buddy? Oh my god. Wait, so he finished setting everything up by midnight. Probably had to get home, which let's be generous to say he lives half an hour away from the prison. Half an hour, he gets into bed immediately. He has to get up, let's say, like an hour before to get ready. And he has to, like, be quick. So, 12:30. And let's say he needs to be there by, like, 7:30. 12, so 6:30. Oh my god, it's 5 hours of sleep. Jesus, no wonder you have your eyes closed all the time. So Mr. Saint was the only one prepared to have entered the room where the body was found. And Knight's body was found immediately after the show had ended. Oop. Do you have any idea why you were arrested? And why so quickly? I never seen a guy get booked so fast. Surely the little winner wouldn't want to put somebody in on a hunch. Never underestimate the power of an underdeveloped intellect. And I was about to say, I don't know, I mean, have you talked to the guy? Like, have you talked to the guy? And, like, it's not exactly the brightest, he's not exactly the brightest bulb in the light socket. I think I might know why. When I was moving all this stuff, I went to see how he was doing. Bronco, I mean. You went to the holding cells on your own? Tell me you had permission. No, it wasn't a full visit or anything, so I just sort of sucked over and hoped no one stopped me. But you'd seen him earlier the same day. Why take the risk? I've known him since we were kids, when both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see, just like me. I know he'd be feeling lonely, that he'd want somebody to talk to, so I had to go see him. You don't have any family? He want to see his Discord. Oh my god, yeah. It's like, well, you see, we couldn't really talk normally over Discord like normal. Okay, and I mean, you had your kin, right? I mean, that big lug that follows you. Imply that one more time, and I am getting you life in prison. Sorry, I just thought you two seemed so close, and and I don't know, that girl, is she like a daughter or something? You know what? I've been holding this in for 30 years. I'm actually about to fucking lose it. I am gonna lose it at you right fucking now. in just 3 sentences. 3 sentences, you got me to snap. That is an achievement in and of itself. And I had to deal with Francisco growing up. and I had to deal with Phoenix in courts, like, 5 times. Yet none of that ever compares to the rage I am feeling right now. For a while I had my dad, but he passed away when I was little kids. Losing one's father as a child. I know the pain all too well. He's just like you and me, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, right. Oh, fuck, that's right. Kay's also technically an orphan. Sorry. There was nobody else nearby when you went to see him? No, the other holding cells were empty, and I didn't see any guards. Well, somebody must have seen you, or you wouldn't be in there. Oh, sorry. Oh, no. No. I messed up so bad, didn't I? So the assumptions that something happened while the two were alone together. At least, I imagine that would be winners and Judge Gavel's thinking. In any case, I think we'll need to speak to your boss next. As I heard, she's supposed to be around today, too. Somewhere in the yards. Tell her I'm sorry, won't you? I'm so sorry. I can't believe I let this happen. Sure thing, Simone. We're here for you. If there's anything else we could do, just say the words. But, I mean, there's nothing I could do for you in return. Actually, wait, can you stop by my place and grab my laptop? I don't think they'd let you have it, but, I mean, sure, why? Well, now that my kitten's dead, I need to find another one. Oh, for fuck's sake. No, you know what? Never mind. You can sort out whatever this whole thing is once you're out. Okay. You don't have to worry about that. We're friends. Don't let me be in here, Kay. I don't... We know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club after all, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Unfortunately so, I'm afraid. My god. Thank you for sharing such personal details of us. But it sounds of it, you had a little reason to kill knights. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing. What's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Hey, right. Hey, right. This redhead here killed somebody. Be a doll and get him life from prison for me, won't you, sweetheart? Oh my god. This game makes me say things. These games make me say things I never would have thought I'd say. Rest assured, we believe you, and we'll get you out of here. Well, what do we have here? A gosh darn defense attorney. That's what. Bravo, big guy. Can't believe I'm saying this, but you remind me of the old man there for a moment. I did? From the Book of Gregory, an attorney is a friend to the friendless. Simone, me bucko, this guy will suffer any hardship for your friendship. Things are gonna be shiply amazing. I didn't realize talk like a pirate day had come early to see a offender. But that's just the thing. You never know when a pirate will strike next. So many dumbass conversations happen in this series. I love it so much. Anyway, kids, want some candy? No thanks. I don't like sweet stuff. Oh, bummer. I wouldn't mind nice shit myself. A great thief's gown for the dread pirate K. Yar har me hearties. We'll sail 7 seas together and claim the great treasure of all, the truth. Shiver me timbers. You two will be the death of me. Come on, let's set sail for the prison yards, but no sea shanties on the way, please. I think one thing I am liking about these games is like how more open Edgeworth has been, I guess, like to like banter and such. I don't know, because like when I think back to the first and even like second game, like he would not, I don't think he'd like play along at all. He would simply be like, can you two just please stop fucking around? We have a very serious thing to do here. Look, the shutter's open. Oh, that's the way to the yard, I believe. Let's go take a look. Come on, what are you waiting for? Someone's excited. So this is the famous yard. The circus performance is taking place here just before the body was discovered. Check it out! It's like the backdrop of some epic festival. Most of the prisoners were assembled here when the body was discovered. Which means that anyone who saw the show has an alibi. Okay, interesting. Alright, time to take a look around. Okay? Stop hitting me! Help, Mr. Edgeworth! Cease and desist, you beasts! Oh, fucking, of course, only Kay could find herself in this fucking situation. Oh. Who's that? Yep, okay, you know, it was exactly who I thought it was. It was exactly what I thought. So she, I think she appears in the, I want to say, yeah, it's the second game, because her trial's like the one, it's like one Francisca, and it's, I don't know, her case was like, I don't know, her case was like, just weird all around, if I remember correctly. Like, it was God, it had like a bunch of adults wanting to like marry a teenager. It was like so fucking weird. I don't know. Oh, you've had a new friend to play with. Good for you, girl. Play with? Your elephant nearly ate me. No way. She'd never do a thing like that. Zia doesn't even bite. At least not very often.
So she does have a taste for human flesh.
How did you like meeting a real live elephant up close? Aren't you glad you did? I did get up. I actually did like meet an elephant like up close. Yeah, it was actually during my second trip to Thailand. We went to like an elephant sanctuary where like they take care of like elephants who had been like abused and such. It was a really fun time. Like it was a really fun time. Like I remember like the elephant we got to see like really liked my dad for some reason. Like I remember they even like I remember like when we were like God, it was so fun because like we got to like feed the elephant and like we even got to like help it like take a bath and such. And apparently while we were like helping like wash it, like apparently one of the trainers had to pull my dad away because the elephant nearly picked him off his trunk and put him on his back or something. Oh my god. Yeah. Elephants are actually like one of my favorite animals, by the way, in case you didn't know. Like elephants are like my favorite animals, along with like foxes. How did you like meeting a real life? Oh, I think I already read that. Yeah. Glad I didn't die. But you did have fun, right? Right? There, sweetie. Don't cry. She had a wonderful time, didn't you, Kay?
Don't mislead the poor girl, Fender.
She did? Oh, I'm so happy. Yeah, let me make it up to you. How about a hug? Keep it to yourself! Aw, another new friend. Isn't she just the best? Isn't this just the best day ever?
I am Associate Defense Attorney Miles Edgeworth.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I haven't even introduced myself. I'm Regina. It's so nice to meet you. I'm Kay, Great Thief Extraordinaire, and Mr. Associate's Defense Attorney's Great Associates.
The self-introduction brought to you by the word of convoluted.
Joe Evans' newest friend is Mr. Fender, the defense attorney. Oh, she's not just any elephant. That's Azia, the Asian elephant. Azia stopped the second who told her to. You really have a way of animals, don't you, Regina? Well, I wouldn't mind, and well, I wouldn't be an animal tamer if I didn't. What? So you're Simone's boss? That's right. Regina Berry, head of the Animal Team Department, Showbiz Division, Berry Big Circus. It's so lovely to meet you all. The pleasure's all ours, mademoiselle. Pleasure's all ours, mademoiselle. Name's Eddie Fender. I'm a bit of an ace attorney. Honestly, someone's bound to make the joke eventually in the series.
So much for whipping me into shape.
Yes. She's perfect.
What are you muttering to yourself about, Kay?
That positivity, that charisma, that energy. Regina, you'd make a perfect partner in crime for the Great Thief Yatakarasu. Great Thief? That sounds so much fun. Oh, sorry. My animals and I have stolen spotlight quite a bit in our time. That's one thing we don't want to steal. Gotta keep it a down low, all stealthy ninja-like. But where's the fun of that a show? The down low sounds like it might get me down. Oh, bummer. I think we've got a fundamental difference in opinion going on here.
It would indeed appear that negotiations have broken down. Maybe next time, Kay.
Mr. Edgeworth, let's get cracking. Too bad we can't see much what's beyond that metal fence, though.
Indeed. And it's so needed information in addition to evidence. Therefore, we should make an effort to talk with any persons of interest as well.
I guess we talk to Regina first.
If you're the head of animal taming departments, you must be Mr. Saint's boss.
That's right. My dad founded the very big circus, but he passed away.
Oh, right, yeah. The murder victim of, like, the case she was in was her father.
I'm sorry to hear that. But we have an earring master now, and he's made the circus bigger and better than ever. He's such a nice man. He was a good friend of my dad's too. I think I was the clown at the circus, if I remember correctly. Wow, that's great. Lucky you. I know, right? It was his idea to set up departments like animal taming, magic, ventriloquy. Only animal taming and ventriloquy have more than one person right now. But the very big circus is getting bigger and better by the day. Sounds like you guys are really going places.
They're getting on well. I'll leave them to it. Can you tell me about the show?
Oh, it's a wonderful thing. It even has a story. Not just any story. It's a love story. Isn't that dreamy? Sounds like a regular riot. So who's the star of the show? Let me guess. You? No, silly. That would be Azia. And she falls in love with none other than Regent the Tiger. It's a heart-rending saga of forbidden interspecies romance. Whoa, Nelly, I've heard of odd couples, but that takes the biscuits. That's not all. There's a love triangle too. It's so romantic. That sounds pretty incredible. Mr. Edgeworth. Sounds fucking weird.
So the elephant is the heroine? I suppose that's the first time for everything.
And, who's the third wheel? Oh, that would be the big old meaty who tries to tear Star-Crossed lovers apart.
Oh. Don't want to see that baby. Yeah, bloody just...
What the hell's this?
Yeah, you just see that baby go, what the hell is this? God, I don't want to think about that.
I don't want to think about how that would work.
Would it be a herbivore, a carnivore, an omnivore? Like, what? You know what? I don't even want to think about the logistics of how that work. Give it a circus. Perhaps a lion?
I think a raven would be cool, like the Yatkarasu. Nope, it's a sneaky monkey.
Okay, now I really don't want to think about how that works. That's certainly lowered the stakes.
Oh, you mean money, right? Nope, again, the role of the monkey is played by Simone.
You know what? Sure, whatever, fine. Yeah, cool. Yeah, sure. Simone's playing the monkey. Okay, cool. Nope, not a baby. I want to see. I don't want to see that either. Oh no, like.
Now that I think about it, are there any elephant VTubers out there? Are there any elephant VTubers out there? I mean, there's gotta be, right? At least like one, right?
If so, if not, then I'm gonna draw that up. I'm gonna draw that up like at some point this week. Then
money's far too small to play against Azea and Regent, silly. Anyway, the evil villain tries to tear Azea and Regent apart. What will become of the fated twosome? It's so exciting, isn't it? Wow, it sure is.
So, Mr. Saint's more than just a little helper he claims to be.
Poor Simone. It'd be terrible if you couldn't perform for us anymore.
Can you tell us about how you set things up for the performance?
Oh, that's not really my area. Simone took care of all of the lifting and carrying. He's such a sweetie. He offered to do everything by telling me to concentrate on the show. I did see him doing something near that well, though.
Oh well, I recall one being behind the stage. I should examine it in more detail.
Pardon me, sorry. You should see. You should have seen him moving those huge cages around by himself. He's a real hero. Yeah, sounds like somebody he'd do.
Weeping all the while.
He's going back and forth between the yard at some sort of workshop for the equipment. Prison gave us special permission to use it for storage. But he was the only one. He went down there, so I don't know much more than that.
The workshop must be the one where Knight's body was found. I guess this confirms that Mr. Saint was the only performer to have gone to workshop A.
Oh, this sucks. Oh, getting this information works against us. You have to help Simone, Mr. Attorney. We're all counting on you. Just leave it to us. He may look it, but Mr. Edgeworth knows how to get things done.
And what exactly is he may not look it supposed to mean?
Yeah, what do you mean by that, Kay?
Okay. It must be the stage for the show.
Do you think people would be interested in the great theme show?
I'm sure the police will be very eager to attend.
We'll talk to him later.
A simple, sturdily built well. Wonder if it feels to work at the prisoners.
Somebody left a bunch of tools lying around. Okay, so we got some tarp. Yeah, the same type that Knight's body was wrapped in. Some, I don't know what these are called, but I know you use them for like ropes and such. Speaking of ropes, I've got one here. And a 30-pound weight. 30 pound. How much are they being kilos? Maybe like 15 kilos. It's a long piece of rope. And a pretty heavy looking weight. Let's see, it weighs 30 pounds. Oh, and there's some pulleys too. Pulleys, that's what they're called.
Okay, you can stop touching. Can you stop touching everything in sight?
Oh, come on. It's not just gonna take anything.
What exactly were they being used for, I wonder?
Mr. Attorney, sir. And how are you today, if you don't mind me asking? Today? We just talked to you early, Mr. Sart. Oh, heavens, I do apologize.
Ever since I came to call this place home, I've been working on my interpersonal skills, you see. In order to be as annoying as possible. I'm currently helping out the circus show stage tear down clean up. But if you have need of me, I'll do my utmost to help. I'm just chipping in and doing what I can, model prisoner that I am. Yes, my this prison has seen me reborn, the frank sort you see before you as a changed man. A changed man. You now targets the recently deceased.
No, you misunderstand. That was just a moment of madness. A moment of madness? You're a disgrace to all thieves everywhere. You're right, of course. I can't deny it. I still have a long way to go.
As a thief?
Anyway, as you can see, I have a shiny new bracelet now. So it's the straight and narrow for me. Like I say, I'm a model prisoner.
Not that a real model prisoner would need to keep telling me that.
I'm doing everything I can to prepare for my eventual return to society. Yeah, you even skipped a show to focus on your training, didn't you?
That's right. Only 2 inmates were absent. So were the Canis. Why didn't you tell us about Mr. Canis sooner?
That's...
Look, I don't think there's an inmate in this prison who'd talk about him if they didn't have to. He's, well, you could say he's the real one in charge around here. You didn't hear it from me, but, well, I guess it comes with being the fixer. The fixer? Yes, everything you need, he can get it for you.
But how does he get away with it?
I'm not sure, but he's the only one who does. I heard he has a secret way of getting things into the facility. I'd imagine being a fixer affords kind of certain privileges.
Not that I concern myself with such things anymore, of course.
I'm far more interested in perfecting my mud pack application technique. And what are these mud packs exactly? They're a special type of mud treatment, rich of minerals. It works wonder on their coats. I have been practicing on the animals here in the prison. I hope to treat them all eventually. Speaking of muds, that reminds me of a certain piece of evidence. Maybe I should try presenting it to him.
Yeah, because, the, glove had mud on it.
That's the rubber glove I dropped. Would you care to explain why it's so dirty? Oh, of course, that's mud from the pet treatment I've been practicing. I was giving all the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened. I see. Around what time would this have been? Let's see. The show had already started, so around 9 a.m. perhaps? The thing is, the more I applied, the more absurd I guess, the darker the animal's fur become. So treads quite like the chance one enters with slathering an animal with thick, black mud. Do we need to investigate the animals that have been do we need to investigate like the animals you've been treating? What? Why? Oh no, she said that really weirdly. What do you mean weirdly? You know what? Never mind. I'll confer with the guards later. I don't like what you're implying here, sir. I think the shots of the prison must be getting to him. Of course, it's all thanks to the wards, and that we have such access to wonderful distractions. I'm eternally grateful. Truly, I am. Okay. Anything else we can investigate, or... No wicker baskets. Rather, a cart given the wheels.
Ooh, it smells like animals.
I suppose they must have been using it to move things around.
Hey, would it be fun to hop in a race down the hill? Ooh, you know what else would be fun? Racing down the hill on office chairs.
Where did any of that come from?
A surprise to hear.
The door appears to be locked.
Want me to open it? I can't guarantee anything, but I'll certainly give it a try.
No, if we deem it necessary, we'll simply ask for the key.
Sport. It could be my chance to shine.
You're free to shine somewhere else, but you'll not make an audience out of me.
So,
an Asian elephant named Azia, and one of the very big circus's many animals. She certainly seemed very fond of petting humans based on what we've seen. Well, most humans.
can't just glare at her like that, Mr. Edgeworth. She'll think you're trying to show her who's boss.
Are you telling me she thinks I'm one of her kind?
No, just that she respects you, I guess.
Oh, comforting.
Danger. High voltage. Huh, never seen one of these things in real life. Hey, that must be the fabulous garden outside of one's office over there.
Oh yes, Warden Lagarde mentioned being able to see from her window in the detention center side.
Wish this dumb barred metal fence wasn't in the way, though. I thought it was I thought it was all one big yard.
Given how protected the warden seems to a little bit of earth, I imagine it's to keep riffraff like ourselves.
Oh. Oh, her. Regina, cupcake. Ah, what a legard. I've been simply dying to sit down for a chat. You exquisite little thing. Yeah, sorry.
Do you mind if I ask a little about the prison?
Oh, not at all. This place is my pride and joy. My home. Sure, it was a prison when I first arrived, and it was awful, an utter disgrace.
Awful? I suppose you mean the prisoners were unruly.
I most certainly do not. They're angels, every one of them. They always have been. No, it was the ambience that was awful. I fretted, I brooded, that it hit me. The animals. If anyone could brighten up the place, it was them. It's nice having them around. Isn't it just? And now look at that fabulous little family. Why, my darling Frankie is the very picture of rehabilitation.
Except he's rifling through dead man's pockets.
We have so many success stories among the family, but darling Frankie, but darling Frankie really is a marvel. He's thrown himself into this vocational training and is always the first to volunteer for everything. What? And your other mother princess don't do that? Oh, of course they do, my dear, of course. They're such shyers, such doers. It's just that Frankie, let's just say he knows what's good for him.
What exactly does she mean by that?
Anyway, he's a very good boy, so do try to be nice to him, won't you? What? Loud, soaring music, great leaping animals, the very big circus surely has it all. And everybody who comes down here gets to see once a month. Really? In that case, let me see.
She better not be thinking of something to confess to. This monthly show, is it always performed by the Berry Big Circus?
Oh, but of course, sweetie. I'm Regina's biggest fan. Because my little princess, my superstar. Wait. I can't tell if she's like a super fan or if she's like related to her in some way. She's so wonderfully talented. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. You kiss your fox in the mouth. I'm not the only who saw that, right? She just kissed that fucking fox in the mouth, right? What's up humans getting freaky of animals in this case? That's not something I ever thought I'd say while playing Ace Attorney, but I don't know, the animals are getting pretty freaky. Sorry, just checking something. And she's so adorable, so sweet, I could just gobble her right up. You're not lying when you say you're her biggest fan, huh? Which is why I'm worried about her. So worried. It's only because of poor Simone, you'll see. If he's found guilty, why, darling Regina will be devastated. So you simply must make sure that doesn't happen, Mr. Lawyer. Please, I'm begging you. If there's anything I can do to help you clear this awful misunderstanding, you'll let me know. Regina, darling, you put on a most splendid show for us yet again. The stage, the stars, and you in particular, my princess. It was simply divine. What if... What if it is actually Simone? What if this is a case where it actually ends up Simone actually did do it? I don't know, because, like, just thinking back to security footage we had, that black blur, like, it looked too small to be a dog, but, like, it looked to be the right size for the monkey he has. I don't know, just something about that moment is kind of, I don't know, something about it's not sitting well with me. That's so nice of you. Hope everybody else who watched enjoyed it too. About that theory, I'm afraid I have something urgent to confess. There were some absences, you'll see.
She must be in Canada and saw it.
We were 3 members short. Unbelievable, I know. How will you ever forgive me?
I'm sorry, but you're saying 3 inmates didn't attend the show?
That's right, sweetie. I counted the seats myself. 1, 2, 3 no-shows. And I always make sure there are enough seats for everybody. But Mr. Edgeworth, that's not right, is it?
Indeed. As far as we were aware, Mr. Camp and Mr. Saw were the only ones not present.
This doesn't add up.
Who is the third missing prisoner? And what were they doing? It seems we need to investigate further.
Oh, I was enjoying my chat with dear Gina so much I almost forgot. I must feed the little one.
Little one?
Eh? Ooh. Yikes! You're looking as terrible as always, alive, my sweets. Ah, she's so pretty. And what a cute name. Yes, I like the alligator. Isn't she a darling? She's my favorite. Aren't you? Yes, you are. I'm so jealous. Can I pet her? Of course, princess, of course. Boy, howdy. These two are made for one another. They look like they'll be busy for a while. Maybe we should, go back inside the prison and check the cells.
Yes, let's. Perhaps we can find a clue as to who our third missing prisoner might be.
It's gotta be the boxer guy, right? I mean, honestly, like, my only reason for thinking it might be, like, the boxing guy is because, like, he's kind of the only other prisoner that has, like, unique character portraits. Oh. Gummy!
Detective, you're not needed elsewhere?
No, the judge and the kid aren't here yet. Oh, and I got your message.
So you searched the victim's cell. Did you manage to turn up anything?
We struck gold, sir. Blood anyway. It was right on the floor. I ain't I expect so, but at least it's something. Yeah, proves the hiding cells seeing the crime, right?
Not quite. It proves a possibility, but it's not conclusive yet.
I thought you'd say that, sir, which is why I ordered some follow-up work. I asked for forensics to analyze the blood and see if it matches the victims. They're on it as we speak. Nice work, Gummy. You solved everything.
Detective, I must say, I'm impressed. Did you hit your head or something?
Gee, don't look so surprised, sir.
I just hope things continue to go in our favor.
Okay. It's gotta be some moments, isn't it? Alrighty, so that's proof that the murder happened at the detention center. For our next trick, we'll find out how the dog got over there. Don't worry, you can leave that one to me. Till the kid and his chaperone are here, we've got a whole prison to ourselves. Which is why I brought my secret weapons along. Secret weapons? That's right, a few tools of the trade that have helped me bust more than a few cases wide open. Behold, the 7 secret weapons of Dick Gumshoe, Ace Detective Extraordinaire. Well, no. I don't know about you crazy cats, but I'm sold. Miles?
Very well, Detective. We'll try using your secret weapons.
God, sir. Let me run you through the list. Secret weapon number 1. My trusty old metal detector. If it's made of steel, silver, or scrap, this little guy right here will find it.
So, 6 metal. Very good, Detective. Next up, secret weapon 2. Missile. Everyone's favorite crime-fighting canine. Aw, Missile. Oh, now I'm just thinking of Ghost Trick. Sorry. He can track pretty much any scent you put in front of him, especially Fuse. He sure is a lot cuter than Mr. Candace's dog. And now for secret weapon number 3. And when I put it... Aha! I want snap a shot with school. Oh, is that fishing rods? Don't tell me we're going fishing for clues. No, I just happen to have it with me, that's all.
I see. Well, I was an opposite detective. Let's see what else you have.
That's all she wrote, sir.
Kami, your 4 secret weapon shot of your so-called 7. And one of them is a fishing rod.
Sorry, but that's all for today, okay? I'll show you the rest next time. Why should I call them secret? Guys just gonna go sharing everything at once, that's crazy.
In that case, I suppose the 3 you've designed... Well, you've deigned to reveal of us, we'll have stuff to do for now.
Alright, which one do you want to try, sir?
The metal detector seems promising.
Coming right up, sir. I've picked the old gold up. And away we go.
Is everything alright, Suctive?
Uh-oh. Looks like I should have bought a spare battery.
Oof, it's not gonna be much help.
Sorry, sir. Looks like metal detector will have to wait. Try something else. Alright, which one do you want to try, sir?
Missile?
Here you go, sir. Hey! Missile! Here, boy!
Oh, so cute. He really came.
So, what are we tracking?
We're trying to find out how Mr. Candace's dog got to holding cell in the first place. I expect the same route. That route was used to bring Knight's body back to the prison.
So give the pooch a sniff of the body. He'll find a reef for us. Someone else saw something sweet.
Well, I saw the odor of blood.
It's faint, sir, but I was like, cake, perhaps.
Why would a body smell of cake?
Okay, mister, get a noseful. Here we go. Follow that dog.
And that's the way to...
He's heading for maximum security. Uh-oh, he's going in.
Then I'll just have to follow after him.
Oh, Candace isn't here.
This is Candace's cell. But the man himself is absent, it seems. Is he meeting with someone in the visitor's room?
Do you think Missile's onto something? Shh! Looks like he is.
Is there something here?
Let's get sweeping, Mr. Edgeworth.
Tea and rice crackers. Mr. Candace clearly doesn't like for comforts.
I can think of worse ways to spend time in jail other than drinking tea and playing chess. I thought it was maximum security, not maximum comforts. How come nobody else gets special treatments?
Complaining to me isn't going to help. Perhaps you could take it up with the man himself.
Yikes! No thanks. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, that's a chisel on the floor is a bit smaller than the others.
Well, I'm no woodworker, but perhaps it's an all-purpose one that's used, that could be used in a pinch regardless of the job.
An all-purpose pocket chisel? Makes sense. Always nice when your tools are useful and easy to carry.
Is that your opinion as a thief?
No, it's my opinion as a great thief.
I walked right into that one. Mr. Candace's chess set, complete with his special dog piece.
That's a chess set. That's all chess table of legs. Look, it might be worth something too.
It's not inconceivable. Some of them are. And this is quite nice. Sorry, my phone's getting a little lopsided. There we go. Never would have pegged Mr. Canis as a chess fan, though. What's that holy Eastern aesthetics he's got going? Let it be, more to go. Go, huh? Can you play? I can play Go Fish. Not the same thing, Kay. Not even close. Mr. Canis's chisels. Every one a potential murder weapon. Reminds me of something. The frows on your brows. When you frown, it looks like somebody took a chisel to your forehead. I have no idea what you mean. See, that's so deep. Don't tell me you don't see it, Mr. Wood Carving Face. Have you quite finished? Oh. What's the matter, boy? Wait. Is this cake what you were after? Whoa! Down, boy! Stop that! No, you can't have it! Dogs can't eat chocolate, you know that! If you will behave, I'll just have to eat it myself! Not bad. There's some real outside the chocolate box ink in there. Not sure if I agree, so you really just ate a chocolate cake that's meant for, like, a assassin. I mean, if you want to sign your own death warrant, like, you're more than free to do it, like, Gummy. Gummy, I wanted some. Daring of you to assume the food in the prison is safe to eat. Well, daring or dumb. So, anyway, it looks like it really was Cake themselves tracking. Oh, talk about a waste of time. I suppose go just desserts. But the little guy's definitely, capable, right? Sure he is. This is just a blip. He'll follow the right sentence time, I promise. Seek, boy. Ooh, I think he's on something. Whatever it is, it's in there. Mr. Casarato's cell. We need to take a look inside. Detective, call the guard. Yes, sir. Eh? Thank you, officer. A question before we begin. Is the prisoner, Mr. Casarato, still in solitary? No, sir. He came back a little while ago. And he was here for a noon roll call. Guess he must be on work duty someplace. I see. Now, if Mr. Canis opened his cell. Yes, sir. Gotta lose 10 pounds. Jesus Christ, why did he put the water on his punching bag? Also, how many supplements is he taking? Jesus. No way he has a poster of himself. Right next to it is... looks like I lost the habit of making weight for a fight. Once a boxer, always a boxer, I suppose. I see yours is quite a collection of supplements. Muscle protein, hustle protein, soul crushing protein. Yeah, that's a lot of protein. Surely nobody trains like this for nothing. It's interesting. That's a lot of protein. Huh. Not even I have that much protein in a day. I'm surprised they give the prisoners heaters. Unusually kind or unusually careless. I'd never used it all year round. To help him lose water weight, maybe? To help him lose water weight, maybe? Yeesh, I was very friends could deal with the heat. I'm sure if they've learned to sweat throughout things together by now. This punching bag certainly... Oop. Hehe. What breed were you again, Missile? Sure wasn't a boxer? No way. No way indeed. Quickly, detective. Move the sandbag side. Yes, sir. A hole? Could this be? Oh, that! Wait, missile! I'm going in too. Wait, stop! Sir, I'll go get her. Oof. Oof, that's tight. It shouldn't have eaten that cake. He's gone. Well, I'm not going in there. I guess we'll just have to wait. Hello? Kay? Are you alright?
You're not gonna believe this, but we're in the detention center.
The detention center?
That hole is the tunnel that leads right into Mr. Knight's cell.
What? Don't go anywhere. I'm on my way. What the fuck? Holy shit. Okay. Okay. Hey there, Mr. Edgeworth. I guess you could say we made a breakthrough. Quite. At least I came out unscathed. I think. Sir, the floorboards under the bed are torn up. But to say, wouldn't they have checked under the beds? I don't know, like, that would probably be like the first place I'd assume to look. Church. So I'm just stretching a bit while the ads are playing. Alright, I'm gonna like try to see if I can like maybe get some. I'm going to like go into like the end of the case today, I think. I think that's kind of like the main goal I have. Alright, alright. There's no doubt about it. This must be the route we've been looking for. The corridor connecting the detention center to the prison is locked away by heavy security doors. But with the help of this tunnel, it can be circumvented. It was a sweet sin that started this whole search. Could it be? But it sounds in fact come from Knight's body after all. Incidentally, Knight's body was covered in dirt. Dirt that might have come from being dragged through this tunnel. Okay, what was it like down there? Well, it was pitch black, so I couldn't see a whole lot. Luckily, my camera's flashed, and we took some pictures. Then let's see what you've captured. Look at that! Spoons, fork. I guess they were digging for a tunnel. That's sides. Are those footprints? Oh shit, I didn't even notice the footprints there. Paw prints, even? From a dog, perhaps? Right. A dog, you say? This is a vital piece of evidence. However, it begs something of a question. It does. Mr. Castleroy is certainly making use of his tunnel, which means... Detective, we need to find Mr. Castleroy is immediately. If my suspicions are correct... nuts! The guards were alerted and they began searching Mr. Castleroy right away. But with a thorough investigation of both the prison and detention center, he was nowhere to be found. He escaped? Blah. Well, have the police been notified? Yes, ma'am. We just finished liaising with them a moment ago. They've been cordoned around the entire facility. Good. Our first blemish in our prison's spotless reputation is always the ugliest. It won't happen again, ma'am.
A rather different warden guard than the one we've seen so far.
Mr. Edgeworth, was it? I really can't thank you enough for finding his title, darling. Sadly, it may have been too little too late. It seems he might have already left the building.
I'd say that's unlikely, Warden. After all, this is the security gate for exit detention center. You're not suggesting you simply walk through it?
What's to say that was the only... What's to say there was only one title, sweetie,
I suppose that's true.
Well, whatever the case, there's no time to be standing or chit-chatting. Mr. Edgeworth, would you mind continuing with your investigation?
It would be my pleasure.
It's yours so you can go back to your posts. Yes, ma'am. Detective, results of the blood test just came back from the lab. Thanks, pal.
Let's see what that tells about the blood found in Knight's cell.
What's the same, Mr. Edgeworth?
They've identified the blood, and it is Knight's.
Okay. Nice job, everybody! Teamwork makes the dream work, huh? We got Knight's blood in a holding cell, a tunnel a dog clearly went through, and security footage showing Knight being attacked by a dog in a cell. Case closed.
We have all the evidence we need. Let's see what Mr. Canis has to say for himself.
Canis? Oh, darlings, are you sure? Do be careful around him, won't you? He's as well connected on the outside as he is in here.
I suppose you wouldn't have to be. How else would it be the so-called fixer stay in business?
Sorry, just checking something. The guards have been trying to track down his accomplices for the longest time. Even I have to lend a hand them myself, you know.
So that's what this is all about.
He's still not talking, ma'am. Even with the evidence you borrowed from the precinct? No. I've tried many times. I've lost count. What am I supposed to do? Can't set a blank report. I guess the killer for hire always has to be tough not to crack.
You borrowed evidence from the police to help you with your investigation, is that correct?
Oh yes, sweetie. Everything related to canisters with me now. Heavens knows how many times I've followed this secretive scoundrel into my office to talk to me. But no matter what I say, or how much evidence I present to him, he simply won't say a word.
A prison warden conducting interrogations herself. That's irregular, to say the least.
Let your guard down, he'll devour your hull. Be careful, darlings. You have been warned. Oh, wait, and here I thought things were getting spicier. I couldn't get any spicier. Oh. Yeah, you'd like things to be spicy, wouldn't you? Oh. Oh god, these two fucks are here.
Judge Cavell, I didn't expect to find you here.
We have been conducting inquiries, which, given we are in charge of the investigation, is hardly strange. What is strange is that you're still here, Mr. Edgeworth. I gave you a warning, did I not? I told you that your badge was at risk, should our paths cross again, and yet, here you are.
I'm sorry that you thought I might be so easily discouraged, Your Honor. But I'm not able to let the truth slip away from my grasp, no matter what you or the committee might say. I'm here to present a certain somewhat of evidence that you yourself should have uncovered.
You have more business with me, I take it, Mr. Edgeworth. I can't remember what voice I gave this guy. I can't remember what voice I gave this guy.
I do. I promise I'll be back to prove that you're the killer, and here I am.
This should be amusing. Very well. Whenever you are ready.
Not so fast. We have some truths of our own to share. First-rate deductions and such.
Indeed. We now more so than ever that Simone Saint was the murderer. And the only one who could have moved Mr. Knight from this holding cell to the prison proper. We shall prove this to you beyond the shadow of a doubt. But first, a question. Are you quite determined to continue this course, Mr. Edgeworth? Should you fail to rebut our deductions, there will be no going back. Your very career hangs in the balance. You mean you'll take his badge if you don't like how this goes? That's intimidation! Not at all. If anything, I'm showing him mercy. This is not Mr. Edgeworth's case. It never was, and I'm under no obligation to hear him out. If he's prepared to accept the potential ramifications of these actions, I will allow him one last chance. Well, are you truly willing to take the risk? To put your beloved badge on the line? Mr. Edgeworth! Sir! I accept your terms. I am confident of my reasoning, and what's more, I am representing the firm of Edgeworth & Co., and I do not intend to besmirch its name. My duty will be done, and I will not be intimidated. Very well. Let us see whether you are brave or simply reckless. By the power vested in me by the almighty gods of justice, let this judgment commence. Eustace, if you allow me.
Fine by me. He's all yours, Gavel.
You are aware of the incident involving Mr. Knight the day before yesterday, I assume. He assaulted an innocent guard and stole his key. Later, in the middle of the moving large animal cage, Mr. Saint stopped by Mr. Knight's cell for a little visit. That's when Mr. Knight stole out of his cell using his key he'd stolen. He slipped into the cage, and there he hid as he was wheeled into the prison workshop. It figures she was going to break Mr. Saint's go into Knight's cell. Yesterday, after you so kindly made us aware of the security camera footage, we decided to take a look at it ourselves. Perhaps you would have liked to see what we found? This is the footage we received. Mr. Saint speaking to Mr. Knight at his cell. Correct. You'll also note that he's positioned the cage in such a way to obscure the camera's view. It is this blind spot that Mr. Knight exploited in order to enter the cage undetected. A sound deduction based on what we could be observed, wouldn't you say? A blind spot, which means that the camera wouldn't be able to capture the moment Knight entered the cage, if he did at all. So it's still possible he didn't actually leave his cell at this point. I don't get it. Why would Mr. Knight want to hide in the cage? There's really only one possibility. He intended to escape. A prison break, that's so cool! Mr. Casarato, Mr. Knight, everyone's doing it. I gotta step up my game. Okay, now is really not the time. Mr. Casarato's escape is no laughing matter. It's my belief that Mr. Saint helped Mr. Knight with his escape attempt. That is to say, he was his accomplice. Wow, go Simone. That wasn't a compliment! I understand the cage was briefly taken to one of the workshops. I imagine that things gone to plan. Mr. Knight would have remained in the cage until after the show, and then removed from the premises along with the rest of the circus equipment. Unfortunately for Mr. Knight, Mr. Saint had other ideas. He killed his friend in cold blood. George Gavel's argument seems reasonable, but there must be a fault in the logic somewhere, and I'm going to find it. Okay, wait, let me just refresh the, let me just do a little refresher on the evidence here. Okay. Do you have any proof that Knight stole the keys? I can think of no other reason for him to carry out such a brutal attack. Once the guard he is solid regained conscious, I'm sure he'll confirm our suspicions. I wouldn't be so sure. Perhaps I should press her further on reasoning. Sorry, but I believe there's a flaw in your reasoning. If Knight had the keys, there was nothing to stop him from leaving whenever he wanted. Why wait for Mr. Saint? There was no need, surely. He chose the option he deemed most likely to succeed. He stole the keys and hid them somewhere, then waited for the opportune moment to present himself. He hid the keys? I'm afraid you might have made an uncharacteristic oversight, Your Honor, but Knight wasn't hiding any keys. This was proven already. There's a piece of evidence that proves Knight didn't have the keys. Okay, wait, what? It's not that. Okay, wait. Okay, I do. And we know that he brought the cage with him to visit, Mr. Knight's cell. Because in addition to evidence, he himself testified to have done so. So this trip to Knight's cell, the cage really is what he made the lead suspect. Yeah, but Simone, he's just absent-minded. Probably forgot he even had the cage with them. Mr. Saint dragged an enormous cage all the way to the holding cell out of absent-mindedness. Mr. Saint dragged an enormous cage all the way to the holding cell in order to help someone escape. Which one of these interpretations sounds more logical to you? Grr! Grr, indeed. As in fact, Mr. Saint took a little detour to Mr. Knight's cell of a large animal cage. But why go through so much trouble? Why else? Why else but to affect Mr. Knight's escape? Well, the cage is made of metal. Therefore, it would have been exempt from security gate inspection, on exits. A fact Mr. Saint would have been well aware of, given that circus visits every month. Ugh, I don't even have anything to come to that. With a tarp draped over the cage, he would have wheeled Mr. Knight out right under the guard's nose. That is, had Mr. Saint not chosen a darker path, instead, the path of murder. A crime which cannot be allowed to go unpunished. She said Mr. Knight saw the keys, but... Okay, so... proof he didn't have the keys. Okay. Since you know about the incident, I assume we know that must already know this, but after the assault, the guards searched both Knight and his cell, and no keys were found. If the whereabouts of the key cannot be proven, then neither can your theory. I have considered the matter of the missing keys, and I do not think it is such an issue. I still believe he had them. After all, the guards only stated they were unable to locate them. And this is because they were clearly hidden inside the pocket chest sets. Nice chest sets. It's the same set in which the murder weapon was also allegedly hidden. Was it? I can't help but wonder that. What? But you're the one who proposed it. Actually, if you recall, it was Eustace's assertion. So the two of them aren't of one mind on this, I take it. Allow me to restate the facts. Mr. Knight hid the key and stole from the guard inside his chest sets. When Mr. Saint came to see him, Mr. Knight used the key to open the cell and climb inside the cage. He was then moved from his holding cell to that workshop in the prison proper, all with the help of his friend and accomplice. Had things gone according to plan, he would have taken out the facility after the show. But they did not. Instead, his accomplice murdered him while the show was taking place in the yards. But Mr. Saint was a part of the performance. How would he even have time to commit the murder? How indeed. Allow me to explain. As you know, many stage performances allow a set of narratives. Yes, this show is one example. She's done her homework, I see. The suspect played the role of the antagonist opposite the elephantine heroine of the show. Damn, she's pulling out scientific names and everything, Jesus. In the latter part of the performance, the heroine's love prevails and the villain is defeated. The victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from stage to by the heroine. Sorry, look for my water bottle. There it is. He's sent flying by the elephants. Isn't that dangerous? Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain can no longer appear in performance. In other words, the suspect did not appear on stage for a period of approximately 15 minutes. And you're saying the crime took place during that time? Yes, I'm afraid so. After all, it's more than a sufficient window, wouldn't you say? Committing the crime or returning to the stage in a short 15-minute window is only possible, assuming the murder took place in the prison proper. But in fact, Your Honor, the real crime scene, the crime was Knight's cell. I seem to remember telling you that I will not accept that part of the security footage into evidence. And you won't have to. I have proof of different kinds. Very well. Would you be so good as to present it? What proof do you have the murder took place in the victim's holding cell? That appears to be a photograph of a floor. Almighty God of justice, grant me patience. The floor you're dismissive of, Your Honor, has traces of knight's blood on it. Traces, you say? Is this evidence reliable? After all, I don't believe you have access to necessary forensic operatives. Yeah, I have my resources. A certain blunt instrument, you might say. Not a reliable one. What instrument, sir? I remember you using one. I try to compliment him, and it still flies over his head. Detective. Oh, very unfortunate for him. Perhaps before you decide to circumvent the law, you might have considered that the committee's influence extends to the police. Oh no, Gummy's badge is on the line too. Forgive me, Detective. I didn't mean to put you on risk as well. I'll enter the fact that Mr. Knight's blood was found into the holding cell into the evidence. However...
Bad luck, idiots. You're really on the edge now, Mr. Worthless.
Mr. Winner? I'd forgotten you were there. It was nice while it lasted.
I just butted in to tell you that your entire argument has one big inconsistency. You show us camera footage of a dog killing Mr. Knight in the cell. Are you just saying that might also wipe the blood up before he left the scene? Uh-oh. What other trick can I do, huh? A blood-wiping dog? You're a joke.
You'd have my blood up, wouldn't you, boy? Yes, how much you would.
What?
That's one of the tricks I taught him before. For our work together was so rudely cut short. He's a very tidy boy, you know. Never misses a drop. It wouldn't do to leave any evidence, after all. Saved. By an assassin of all people. Jeez Louise. You could have just taught the little guy to shake hands. Oh, he does that marvelously too. Although, the way I taught him to do it is somewhat, unorthodox. First, he bites down hard on the victim's hand. Then, la 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 la, I'm not listening. I see. Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. It seems you may have gathered some evidence worth considering. DLC for Digimon. Oh, does it? Oh, okay. I'm gonna need to remember that after stream. You understand? Oh.
Wait, I'm not done yet. I just thought of something else.
Overruled. Oh boy. Somebody's taking no prisoners. Eustace, would you be so kind as to allow me?
All yours, Gavel.
Well, do you accept the truth now? The crime took place in a nice holding cell, and the assassin's dog was the killer. My position is the same as it was yesterday. Until you explain how the dog moved between the prison and detention center, I cannot accept your theory into evidence. I thought you might say that, which is why I'd like to show you something else. This piece of evidence shows that the dog could freely travel between the prison and detention center. Okay, but then I think the question's gonna be, okay, how did the body move from the detention center to the detention center to the prison? What, did the dog just happen to carry it? Could the dog have carried it? Hello? Oh? Oh, the keyboard wasn't working there for a second. This is... There's a secret passageway. It runs beneath the prison.
What? A secret passageway?
It was dug out by Rocco Casarato, escapee.
It leads from this prison cell to a certain holding cell in a detention center. Yes, the very one where the victim was being held.
Well, that is certainly a surprise. To think that it was beneath our feet this entire time.
Mr. Canis, you knew this tunnel, didn't you? Because it's the same tunnel that was used to carry out the murder.
In the name of the gods of justice. Overruled, Mr. Edgeworth. You are out of line.
How so, Your Honor?
Evidence is everything, whether in a court of law or the scene of investigation. Isn't that your little catchphrase? Well, it just happens to have some evidence of my own. Bronco Knight's autopsy reports.
His autopsy report?
When did you get that?
How do you not know you had it?
The police handed to me a short while ago. Oof, nearly knocked everything off my desk there. Actually, I am planning to actually clean my. I'm actually planning a quite productive day tomorrow. Actually, like I'm planning to go to the gym in the morning, and then when I get home, clean my desk, finish the Ayla piece, and then yeah. The findings are still preliminary, but it has something value to us nonetheless. The gods of justice speaks to us through these pages, Mr. Edgeworth. Cause of death? Stab wound to throats. The weapon is said to be a sharp blade of some sort. It seems the victim was stabbed repeatedly in the same spots, resulting in an ugly wound. As such, the police have yet to identify the exact shape of the weapon. This overall nature seems to be without question. It is a bladed metal instrument. In live evidence, do you truly wish to continue with your flight of fancy? Or will you now claim the dog used the knife instead?
But that's impossible.
See, I fucking told you, the assassin didn't do it. God, Edgeworth, it's like you don't know what game series you're in. That'll be all. This court is adjourned.
But the tunnel, the paw prints.
What of them? Helmut is something of a wanderer. Perhaps he just happened across the tunnel one day. Although, I couldn't say for certain. I myself cannot wander quite so freely.
That would be quite a coincidence. But I can't prove it's not the case either.
She sure knows how to keep a secret, huh? Kinda wish she'd kick us in the teeth a little earlier with that.
She's baiting me, waiting for the perfect moment to crush me with the autopsy reports. And I fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker.
Alright. Now, Edgeworth, remember the rule. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times. Okay, well, at that point, maybe I just deserve it. Alright? Alright? Don't let her do this to you again. You are lead attorney for the defense, correct, Mr. Fender? This is the interim autopsy report in question. I do apologize for the delay. Yeah, no sweat. Thanks for hooking us up. Suggest cause of death was a death stab wound from neck afflicted by sharp blades. Yep, that all checks out. Yep. Stab wound to the throat, instant death, a sharp blade of some sort. Mr. Fender? A handshake is not necessary when receiving official court documents, you know. So please feel free to let go of my hands. It's not a holy relic after all. Let's just try and be friendly, Your Honor. Had you lingered a moment longer, the gods of justice would have spoken to you through my gavel. Alright, I got it.
Nice work, Gavel. Just like we planned it.
I did only as you instructed, Eustace, but thank you. This report came from the police. I have no choice but to accept its legitimacy. If the dog didn't kill Knights, then that takes Candace out of the running. The goddess of justice speaks to me, Mr. Edgeworth, and she is merciful. She tells me that you might yet keep your badge if you'll finally abandon this fruitless quest. What a move, sir. I think she really means it this time. What do you think, Detective? My answer remains the same, Judge Gavelle. I will see my duty done, and I will not be intimidated. Even with how things stand, you still refuse to concede. This may very well be your last chance. Your badge hangs by threads. Then let it fall if it must. I have something far more important to protect as an associate attorney. My clients. The goddess of justice is no doubt saddened by the refusal to accept yet another offer of mercy. I'm calling bullshit on this. I'm calling bullshit on you, you bitch. Mr. Edgeworth is doing everything he can to seek the truth. In fact, shouldn't your so-called goddess of justice in fact be rewarding him, if anything? You know what I think? I think you're full of shit. I think the goddess really isn't speaking to you. I think the devil's speaking to you. I think the devil of lies and deceit is speaking through you. Attaboy, Miles! That's what I like to see. Looks like the defensive arrest is finally starting to mean something to you. Grab the old man, though. He's the one who said it first. My father? In fact, I could swear I saw Gregory's spirit in you for a second there. You said that you've changed since your days in Von Karman's shadow. I believe you at first, but I'm starting to. Thank you, Fender. Alright, kids. This is where the rubber really hits the road. Put your thinking caps on. It's make or break time. It's true that I have soft bite with a bladed weapon. So case really fall apart. A bladed weapon? Of course. There were 5 chips on Candace's cell when we last looked. A former assassin certainly wouldn't resist the struggle to commit murder of a tool like that. In which case, the weapon that killed Miss Knight was... Have you quite finished? It'll be in your best interest to see... Evidence is everything. It may well be my little catchphrase, but it's also true. So the murder weapon was a sharp blade. Then where is it? The guards didn't find it.
Why can't you just let this go? So what if I didn't find it? What are you driving at?
What about to tell you that I now know what the real murder weapon was? And it was right under our noses the whole time. Indeed. It was one of Mr. Candace's chisels.
What?
I would advise you to stop bombarding us with your irresponsible, half-baked theories, Mr. Edgeworth. You have repeatedly insisted that Mr. Knight was killed in a cell by a dog. I simply go where the evidence takes me, both in the courtroom and in the scene of the crime. If the murder weapon was in fact a chisel, then yes, the murderer could not have been the dog. That begs the question what exactly it was we saw in the security footage.
Oh yeah? The security footage? How do you explain that, Mr. Smarty Pants?
The next question. The footage shows... Mr. Candace's dog jumping at Mr. Knight. The dog attacked Knight, but he didn't kill the man. He didn't? No, Knight was merely knocked out. The dog didn't drag the colt through a tunnel. He dragged an alive, unconscious Knight. Wait, so if the chisel was found to be a weapon, then I'm going to blame the warden. Wait, yeah. Yeah, wouldn't this technically fall on the warden for allowing him to have such, dangerous objects on him? Remember, that would make her, extremely irresponsible, because in that case, she gave
in that case, she gave like a known assassin like extremely dangerous weapons. Not only that, but she let him keep them, and he used it to commit a murder. Wouldn't that be someone that could potentially make her like lose her job or something? Or at the very least like lose her rank or something? I don't know. I don't know. Right now I'm thinking it either is Canis or it's someone else who happened to grab one of Canis's tools. The real killer was the dog's master. Oh, I get it. By bringing that here, Mr. Canis could finish the job. He could definitely use one of his old chisels to do it. Correct. You, Bodhidharma, Canis. So she would face many lawsuits, but actually saying she committed the murder, she had access to everyone. So, oh shit! Wait, yeah, true. I don't know. The thing that gets me though is that Mr. Carcerato, like the tunnel to like get to Knight's holding cell was in his cell. So I'm saying the suspicion might also potentially fall into him, but at the same time, like he wouldn't have access to the weapon, would he? No, it couldn't be him. Yeah, no, it'd be more likely like the warden or the assassin. Bod hid harm Canis. A Canis. Bod hid harm Canis. Okay, I think there's a pun there, but I just can't. There's bod hid, so body hidden. Harm a Canis. Harm Canis. Canvas? Ah, fucking no, bro. You're the only one who could have done it.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, you ever get this on your report cards? Refuses to listen, must learn to respect others.
Are you asking me or confessing to what's on yours?
We already searched Mr. Canis' cell top to bottom, right, Gaville?
Yes, we even inspected his chisels. All four of them? There wasn't a single speck of blood. Why, thank you, Your Honor. You've just confirmed my theory. I have? What exactly do you mean? Last time we were here, there were 5 chisels, not 4. Oh yeah, I remember counting them. Definitely 5. And the one that's missing is the small one. The one we thought might be a pocket chisel. Mr. Canis, where did you hide that chisel? A pocket chisel? And what use might I have for such a thing? I am rarely allowed to leave my cell. In which case, he shouldn't have had the chance to dispose of the weapon. You've dug your own grave, Mr. Canis. You see, I have an idea where this missing chisel might be, Mr. Edgeworth. Would you enlighten us? A maximum security? If Canis is still a prisoner, despite the comfort he enjoys, he's rarely allowed to out of his cell. He could have given the chisel to his dog to leave somewhere, but I've been far from ideal, and have no way of guaranteeing where it might end up. Intriguing. Do go on, Mr. Edgeworth. Furthermore, this room is the one place where a bladed instrument wouldn't raise an eyebrow. 4 chisels, 5 chisels, who's counting? A fact he took full advantage of. Ah, the old keep the incriminating evidence close routine. Classic. You made your guess. Who am I blaming? So what gets me It's just how determined like Gavel is to like pin it on Simone. I'm not saying she's a murderer, but I'm saying it's definitely suspicious. I think I am going to say probably the warden. Because remember, she has influence on... She also has, like, influence on, like, the... I don't know, like... I'm going to say it's most likely the warden. Because I don't know, like... It just seems, like, way too... It seems way too... Again, I keep saying it's way too obvious to say that, like... It's, like, way too obvious to be, like, the assassin. Like... But at the same time... And I can't really think of, like, anyone else who'd have, like, such easy access to everything.
But I looked. I searched the whole cell myself. There's no way he could have hidden it.
I'm certain the murder weapon is here. And that's the reason why no one's found it yet. It's because it was hidden in such an ingenious manner.
Do enlighten us, Mr. Edgeworth. What is my ingenious plan?
Think, Miles. There must be a hiding spot he can make use of. Think of when you came here previously. What are you missing?
The next case is... okay.
The dog. He hasn't made a sound today. When we were here before, he barked and growled repeatedly. Candace even encouraged him to do so. That must be it. I knew something was off. I can hardly believe it, but I think I know where he hid the murder weapon.
Giving up already, kid? I expected more out of you, Edgeworth.
Oh, reverb's still on.
Edgeworth.
As well as you should, if you will give me a moment. For this piece of evidence shows where you hid the murder weapon.
The dog?
Your dog. He seems unusually quiet today.
Oh yeah, like last time when...
Mr. Canis, be so kind as to open Helmut's mouth. Oh, come now. He hasn't barked because he's a well-behaved boy. I had ordered him to last time.
Then order him again. Not this instance.
It's not like we're asking to well, Mr. Canis.
Oh, do you have something to hide?
If you insist. Come on, Helmut. Open up.
And there we have it. A chisel that smells.
What? A chisel and the dog? Why is there a chisel and a dog?
I thought he'd be strangely quiet. I guess his brain finally caught up.
Eustace, why did you be a good boy and call forensics? Tell them it's urgent. Okay, I mean... Miss Gavel.
What are you about to call her?
Nothing.
Yes, Eustace, what were you about to call me there for a second?
Oh my god.
Our finds are as follow. Traces of blood were detected on the chisel.
What?
No, not such a half-baked theory after all, was it?
Alright, so we're all on the same page here. This is our murder weapon, yeah?
The forensics evidence cannot be ignored. We have no choice but to concede that is most likely the case.
So we're wrong? Maybe? It's definitely... I'm just thinking, we still have, like, evidence we haven't, like, used at all. Like, I don't think we've used, like, the missing knight uniform. Wait, there's more. Wait. I think I've seen this bell somewhere before.
Yes, I was just thinking the same thing myself.
You were? Where do we see it, I wonder? Let's say we're right. Why is he... That's what I want to know. That's like, oh, I'm trying to figure out right now. If he didn't do it, then why did he hide it? Did he figure out that it was a... Did he figure out that, like, it was the murder weapon used? And realize that, like, if he was found to have it, it would be very incriminating? So that's why he decided to hide it, because then the suspicion would have fallen onto him. Because, I mean, characters have done that before, but I don't know, he doesn't seem like the kind of person to do that. Like, he seems like the kind of person to just tell it straight. Like, he would have been like, oh, yeah, like, this chisel was in my cell, but I was missing for a short period of time. Huh. Maybe the warden made, but no, there'd be so many better places to hide it. But I guess like the only benefit would be that it would incriminate him.
I can't seem to place it, but never mind.
It'll come back to us eventually, I'm sure. I guess so.
There's a cat hid the chisel in this dog's mouth.
Do you think it's our murder weapon, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's too early to tell yet, but the fact that blood was found was certainly incriminating. At the very least, it's not something we could discount as unrelated to the case.
Sorry, pardon me. You good there, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yeah, sorry, I had a pretty big breakfast this morning.
Anything else, or was that just it? Okay, that's just it. The court demands you explain yourself.
We found the route your dog took to the holding cell, and now we have the chisel.
Okay. The crime scene was workshop A. He can't leave his cell at all. Except for that... Oh, wait, but there was that one time we didn't find him here, but... So...
How do you propose to talk your way out of this one?
You never fail to entertain, Mr. Edgeworth. Why does it always laugh like that, even when it's not funny? Poor Helmut. How could they suspect us? You leave me little choice. I'll simply have to share with you the truth. I did not kill anyone. I've grown tired of killing.
Something's not right. Why is he so calm?
Very well. The court will hear Mr. Canis's testimony. If you'll be so kind. Gladly. Perhaps you might begin to explain what you believe my motive to have been. I never knew this knight. I had no contact with him. No connection whatsoever. That's a lie. Given that is the case, why would I possibly wish him dead? Could it be suggesting that it was my canine companion who had the motive instead? Helmut only bears his fangs when I tell him to. I am not so bloodthirsty that I would kill a man I did not know. I mean, when he puts it that way.
An assassin only kills his acquaintances. Not the soundest business model, I agree.
My work requires me to deal with strangers, of course. But murder for its own sake, that's not my style.
So we need to prove a link between Knight and Canis. I should go over the evidence again and see what I've discovered.
Yeah, Knight was like Canis's chess pen pal. You are a big fat phony liar, you bitch.
You're getting sloppy, Mr. Canis. You may have trained your dog to clean up your mess, but it seems you still require a human touch. We found this in the victim's room.
Though in all fairness, like couldn't he just make the claim? It's like, oh, I didn't know who I was playing chess with. It was just a stranger. It was just like just a random person. I didn't like know anything about him.
What's more, the game depicts matches of the game later on your board.
What?
The number of possible games has been calculated to be 10 to the power of 120, and that's on a very low end.
Wait, so that's 10 times 10, 120 times over, right? 100, 1000. I give up. That means, what do you call that number that big?
A vanishingly unlikely coincidence, that's what.
So it's one vanishingly unlikely coincidence long?
You know what? You're technically not wrong. But still, it annoys me to no end. Now, tell us why you killed Knight. Unless it is, you prefer to explain the coincidence.
Well, they do say the truth is stranger than fiction. It is, as you say, a coincidence. But that's totally impossible. We just proved that. A coincidence of different kind, child. I never imagined my correspondence was the victim, you see. And yet here we are. Helmut is as surprised as I am. Aren't you, Helmut? Yes. Yes. I suppose there's nothing for it but to finally tell the truth. Boy, the other prisoners are all gone to the yard, you see. There was a show of some sort, I believe. Here I was, minding my own business, when in comes Helmut, dragging a corpse of all things. I had quite the shock, not least because the murder weapon is still in the poor fellow's neck. Of course, I was not too keen on becoming a suspect, so I had Helmut take the body to the workshop. Once there, he removed the murder weapon and brought it back to me, just as I had asked.
The dog pulled out the murder weapon in the workshop.
Indeed he did. Removing it here would have made an awful mess after all. You know something. That makes total sense. Remember what Mr. Sword said, Mr. Edgeworth?
That huge black dog had sucked his terrible teeth into the victim's throat. What did you just say? It was hellish, utterly terrifying. That beast, that awful beast, he killed him. I see. So Mr. Sword actually saw Helmut removing the murder weapon then.
Precisely. I can't say I was a little disappointed that he was spotted, of course. Silly boy. It's not likely to slip up like that, was it now? And there you have it. That's about all there is to tell. I did not kill the man. At most, I am responsible for the removal of the weapon. Now, will that be all? Poor Helmut has grown restless. Sorry, but if we can entertain us for just a little longer, Mr. Canis.
Fender?
No offense, Palio, but I think you quite told us everything. I'm surprised. I'm sure we'd all like to know why you thought you had to pull the chisel out in the first place.
He's right. It makes sense that it would move the body to avoid suspicion. Cass had no reason to recover the murder weapon.
So the mute one isn't as dumb as I thought. Please answer the question, Mr. Canis. It was because of the bell. The one attached to the chisel, and the one around Helmut's neck. Have a very distinctive design, if you will.
Of course. They were something of a trademark of yours, were they not?
I get it. How does that even work?
But Hitami Canis, the blind butcher, his appearance was always announced by the sound of a bell. The last sound his victims would ever hear.
You flatter me. Though it's been some years since the last saw one of them, you remember them well.
Your knife and his attached bell were one of the pieces of evidence seized in a case against you.
Yes, it was but one of my bells. Only one of two in existence. Just two? Two and only two. One for my knife, and one for my beloved helmet. Exquisitely crafted, utterly unique. My ears are my guide, after all. And I must be able to use my tools.
Wait, he's blind. How did he know Helmut dragged the body in? Unless he smelled the blood, or he heard the second bell.
Of course, as you said, the knife has long since been taken from me. When Helmut brought the body to my cell, I was rather surprised to hear a familiar sound. At first, I was sure the knife had been used to do the deed, but no.
Okay, so I was right. It was just the sound. Okay.
A chisel, an ordinary chisel.
There's certainly no assassin's blades.
Nonetheless, the bell suggested my involvement, compounding the matter the fact that I am the only person in prison permitted to use such tools. It was clear it would become a prime suspect. And so, the chisel had to be removed and hidden.
You still claim that you did have the dog move the body, that you had nothing to do with the killing?
How could I? I told you, the chisel is not mine. You need to take my word, Mr. Edgeworth. One off ticket for fingerprints. Eustace.
Me? But I don't know how to check for prints.
Get forensics.
Oh, right, sure thing. Oh, wait. We got him. Fingerprints. Mr. Knight's.
And Mr. Canis's?
No, just Mr. Knight's. Oh, and forensics said there were no sign of any prints of being wiped off.
So, what? Did he kill himself? Only Knight's fingerprints. This isn't good.
Should I get them to check again?
Now do you see? I have never so much as touched that chisel. Helmut carries it in his mouth. That is all. Therefore, any prints must belong to whoever had it last. Oof. So, the murder weapon belongs to the victim? Oh, that is not helpful. As I said, I have not touched the chisel. Therefore, I cannot be the killer. Or do you wish to suggest otherwise?
I've got nothing to counter with. But what could this mean? Is he not the killer after all? Is he actually telling the truth? No, he can't be.
I'm sure this goes without saying, Mr. Edgeworth. But if we do not find a solution to your current predicament, and quickly, I will have little choice but to relieve you of your badge. Even my patience has limits, and I will not tolerate you throwing yet this investigation into chaos. Am I clear?
You've done it now, sir. She's serious.
I hate to admit it, but the fingerprints turn everything on its head. Not more evidence, I'm back at square one.
Wait, some of this add up. A few things, actually. What must the knife need a chisel for? You could do a lot for chisel, child. Break out prison for one. Alright, then how did it get in here? There's no way the guards would let him bring a sharp-tooled object with him, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Hey, after Mr. Edgeworth. Can't stand there hemming and hawing just because of a little setback. The important thing is to find the truth, you know. Doesn't matter how we get there. As long as we save Simone in the end, we can't give up now. Or ever. Yeah, what she said. I'll second that. You want me around with that K? I'm half tempted to offer you a job for real. It's like I said, the defense never rests. Or ever, like your pop said. What do you think lies at heart of those words, Miles? Any guesses? The heart of those words. It's like this. As defense attorneys, our client's fate rests on our shoulders. We're the only ones they can turn to. Simone's our clients. We're the only ones who can save him. So we can't rest. Not while he's counting on us. I'm not about to turn my back on your old man's legacy. Are you? I am an associate with defense now. No. I am an associate of my father's firm. That is the role I've chosen. And that means that if I fail to save my clients, I have failed in my duties. I will honor my father's vision and save Simone Saint. No matter what setbacks I face, I cannot admit defeat. If one path is blocked, I simply must find another. There we go. Has to Miles Edgeworth, I know. Let's find that new path. Start by trying to figure out how Mr. Knight brought that chisel into prison. Right. How? Just so? Usually, it won't be possible to bring metal objects into facility undetected. Because of security gates, right? Correct. But we already know the checks. And one of the gates haven't been entirely thorough as of late. Namely, the gate to the entrance detention center. The gate is only used to scan people. Any items that bring into the facility are only subject to cursory checks. Are you telling me the chestnut wasn't put through a metal detector? It would have been. Alas, it seems the guards have grown a little lax in that regard of late. Knight took advantage of his little oversight and had Mr. Saint bring him the chisel. Hidden inside the pocket chest set. That does answer one of our questions. And it suggests the chisel was indeed Mr. Knight's, not Mr. Canis's. Whew. However, we still have one rather pressing problem to address. Nav's security footage, which now was attacked by a dog. As one explained, if Candace is not the culprit. But then, that explains Prince not being a murder weapon. This one's a real street piper. The court, too, finds itself waiting for a satisfactory explanation. Wait, sir! I think it might be time to show you another one of my secret weapons. Introducing security weapon number 4. Lil V. The fuck is that? What sort of name is that, detective? I came up for myself, sir. Anyway, you can use it to analyze video footage. An excellent idea. Perhaps you might finally see I'm telling the truth. He knows there's anything to be found, but it has to be worth a try. Alright, want me to talk you through how to use it, sir? Seeing as I'm not exactly familiar with video analysis techniques, perhaps I should hear him out. If you could run me through the functions, detective, that would be most appreciated. Yes, sir. So basically, you just gotta do what you always do. Examine things that catch your eye. Okay. Next up, see the controls on the bottom of the screen. The pounds to the left and right are the rewind and fast forward. You can use the middle one to pause. Okay. Okay. Sign up the old cursor of the area you want to take a closer look at. Then use the panel bottom right and little V will do the rest. Okay. Okay, I see. And that about sums it up. Now let's get Luffy. Okay. Okay. Alright, sorry. Well, suppose we're wrong. Could we be looking for it said? Could this person in the footage be someone other than Knights? And if so, could whatever attacking them be something else too? I should keep both questions in mind when reviewing the footage. Never know what you're gonna see once you start looking things up close. Check every detail, sir. You'll find someone, I'm sure. Okay. I must be seeing things. Let's take another look. Okay, no. Shit, okay. Aha! The figure reflected in the mirror here too. Is that a hat? Say, doesn't look like a hat the gods wear, sir. Oh, jeez, it's not what I think it is. Have there been any reports of one of the animals sucking a guard recently? Not that I've heard of. This might not be a guard at all, but somebody dressed as one. So, no guards have reported being attacked by animals as far as we know. But we did hear about a guard's spare uniform being stolen. Could a person in security footage perhaps be someone disguised as a guard? Someone attempting to escape without being noticed? A guard disguised? I guess it might work. Wait, am I just talking about someone? You are indeed. Someone who seems to have successfully made his escape. If the person in the footage isn't Knights, then the creature may not be a dog either. Alright, sir. Assuming a check. Aha! Wait. Looks like a cat? I think it's meant to be the bear that Caserato has. I suspect we might have made a critical error of judgment. What are we looking at here? It's a dog? What did I tell you? It looked too small to be like... It looked too small to be Canis's dog. Like... This animal is... That's not a dog. It's a bear. What? It's like the paw prints from the photo I took. Well, not canine, but ursine. A bear. So could that mean? Yes, I think it could. After all, who knows what else? Who else do we know of such a pet? I assume that was night security footage. Well, it was his cell. It's entirely a crazy theory. Perhaps, but now we know more about the hole under the beds. It's no longer the only possibility. Whoever had access to tunnel could have very well been the one caught on camera. And who was that, Mr. Edgeworth? Would you care to tell the court you believe this person to be? Caserato. I believe I know who our guard in disguise is. It's none other than Rocco Caserato, the prisoner who recently escaped from this facility.
I'm confident in him because we have assigned a polar bear cub as a companion.
But the bear in the video is all black.
Indeed. We have evidence that explains why.
The mud pack?
Recall, if you will, Mr. Frank Saul's testimony. That's the rubber glove I dropped. Would you care to explain why it's so dirty? Oh, of course. That's mud from the pet treatments I've been practicing. I was giving one of the animals a mud pack right when the incident happened. I see. Around what time would this have been? Let's see. The show had already started, so... around 9 a.m. perhaps? As I guess, the more part I reply, the more in the zone I get. And the darker the animal's fur becomes. There's no trance quite like the trance one enters when one slaps an animal with thick, black mud. While the circus performing had underway, he was giving out the animals a mud pack treatment.
And the animal could have been...
Indeed, our polar bear.
Mr. Edruff, your laser session simply introduced yet another contradiction. The footage from the security camera.
I fully understand, Your Honor, and your doubts are entirely justified. Mr. Sowett mentioned applying the mud pack while the circuit performance was underway. This does indeed introduce a new contradiction concerning security footage.
It does?
Yes, let's put it this way. When would you have expected footage to have been recorded, Kay?
It was taken right after he applied the mud pack treatments. Should have been around 9 a.m.
In which case, someone isn't right about the footage.
Really? What's that? The time?
Mr. Sowett said he administered treatment at around 9 a.m. In which case, the security footage should have also been around the time of 9. However, the timestamp says 6:42 a.m. On the day of the murder, the prisoners all went up to the yard to watch the circus. All except for 3. Mr. Cass, who remained at his cell at maximum security. Mr. Sowett, who was administering a mud pack treatment in the workshop. And Rocco Casarato, who had been awaiting that precise moment to put his escape action into plan.
But we found Casarato after the performance, right? Like, he was in his cell.
I believe he entrusted the bear to Mr. Sowett before entering the tunnel. And the bear then slipped out of Mr. Sowett's grasp and ran after its human. Mr. Sowett would have had left the workshop to pursue the bear, at which point he... Mr. Canis' dog retrieving the weapon from the knight's body. It all fits perfectly, except for security footage, which should have been recorded around 9 a.m. However, the timestamp is 3 hours off.
But why would the timestamp be wrong?
Detective, would you like to have a security camera examined right away, please?
Has it been tampered with? I'm back, sir. I just talked to Godsend. This seems like time codes can slip these cameras so they lose power.
What?
They're pretty old, sir. Guess the clock stops when the power's off.
Which would mean the power's off for approximately 3 hours at some point.
Okay. That's not all, sir. You remember how Knight denied stealing the keys? No one believed him, considering, he seemed kind of like the only suspects. Turns out that wasn't all he said. He also said he was knocked out cold, just like the other guy.
Which may not necessarily have been a lie.
Darlings, there you all are. How goes the investigation? Is there anything I could do to help things along?
Actually, there might be something we could do for you, Warden Lagarde. Escapee, Mr. Casarato. I believe he may still be on the premises. He is disguised as a guard. Here's your proof, should you need it. We're reasonably concerned that the person capturing the tape is our man. If I'm correct, he might even be right here in this room with us right now.
Hey, Mr. Castrado, we've been wearing your bracelet, right?
Yes, a bracelet that could easily be hidden under the sleeve of a stolen uniform. Furthermore, the doors of the prison proper don't have those sensors that could detect bracelets installed. So if he avoided doors of sensors, he could simply wait for the opportunity to finally make his escape.
Oh, yes, I suppose he could. He just has to avoid a workshop and cells and... Oh my... He's one of you, isn't he? He's right here now! Look, it's Eddie. Hey, I'm marking. Hey, falls off! Could you miss off me, you big old palooka?
Thank you, Teddy. Very kind of you to confirm our suspicions.
Dang it, kid. If I went for you, either. Alright. I remember giving him like a very like New Yorker kind of accent, so let me just see here. Hey, I'm walking here. Hey, get... I'm walking here, buddy.
What a thing it is to be loved, huh, Mr. Casterado? I'm always envious.
Gods, apprehend this man.
A moment, if you will. I have some questions for our would-be escapee. If we were to learn the truth, we would still speak with him, with your permission, of course.
I can hardly say no, now can I? Well, come on then. It may be your best shot.
Mr. Casterado escaped and led directly into Knight's cell. It was highly possible he has something to offer.
Wait, the joke you made about it being a god is correct? Yeah, it seems so. It seems so. Ugh. So it's you guys, huh? You're the ones who found my secret getaway tunnel. You know how long did we dig that freaking thing? Had me guard's uniform. Had me a guard's uniform. Hole dug. Plan in place. So I went for it the day you found the guy. But then this little guy had to come right after me. A sack of fells covered in mud too. Had to go back to our cell. I'd gone away if it wasn't an off night, but who bums down here.
Claimed to have dug the tunnel just now. How exactly did you do it?
How? It was everything I could get my hands on, see? Hammers, spoons, you name it. Spent every dime I had at the cookery fixer. The cockamamie fixer. What do I get to show for it now, huh? Do not be sodden, friends. Tomorrow is another day.
There's an outside chance Mr. Casterado and Knight met face to face before Knight's death. I should see what other details I can extract from him.
Okay.
The tunnel.
Shut up! You tell him to hold it.
The tunnel said you.
You don't know nothing. You don't know what I had to do. I had to come crawling to the fixer monk. I had to grovel and kowtow day after day after day. They gotta give back the mouse, huh? The days, the months.
I can't get him with edgewise.
You should have never stuck your nose in my tunnel. Never.
The uniform? Was that from the fixer too?
Sure was. And he had something on one of the guards. And the guy saw me from the palace locker.
And were you wearing it when you crawled through the tunnel?
Nope. When I got dirt on it, I had to hold on to it till I got the holding cell. Once I was out of here, and I'll just step open. Opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake. Here we go, I thinks. Freedom beckons. And then the furball comes jumping at me.
Which will be a moment of escape on camera. I see. I'd be grateful to add that to your testimony. Opening the cell door should have been a piece of cake, you say?
Sure, anything seems easy once you drag yourself through a hole in the ground.
You're familiar with the layout of the detention center, even though you live in a prison.
Why wouldn't I be? It ain't like I never been there before.
Familiar with the detention center, then you'd surely be aware that unlike the doors in the main prison, holding cell doors locked with actual keys.
Okay. Ah, wait. Why do I keep doing that?
You claim that leaving the holding cell would have been a piece of cake, as you put it.
Yeah, got a problem with that? 'Cause we can make it a problem if you catch my drifts.
Even once you reach Night's cell, you still would have another door to contend with. How exactly did you plan on opening it? Mr. Caserato, I posit that leaving a cell would have been a piece of cake only because you had the key.
I got no stinking key. I don't need one. It was a piece of cake because the door was open. I walked right out.
Yes, I suppose Night's cell was vacant at that point. There would have been no reason to... It was indeed unlocked when I went to examine it myself. So you finally succeeded today. It would have truly been unlocked because it was after the murder. But you had attempted to escape previously.
Yeah, security footage shows that you tried to fail escape when Teddy caught you.
Which is during the circus performance, before the body was discovered. The holding cell was still locked at the time, because no one knew that Knight had been killed yet. Therefore, it must have been the key to the cell knew. Without it, your escape would have not been possible.
Grr.
Are you saying could he really have? I believe he could, yes. The theft of the keys was in fact perpetrated by none other than Mr. Caserato. He is the one who attacked the guard.
I still can't get over how fucking scary Knight looks in this portrait.
But not just the guards. Knight too. All to gain possession of the guard's key.
It wasn't me, you lousy bum. I didn't even know the night guy.
You didn't need to have known him. I mean, you wouldn't have needed to, like, know him in order to, like, do it right. Oh.
After you stole the keys and went back to your cell to avoid suspicion. Then you waited for the perfect moment to escape. A moment when the prison would have almost deserted. That's right, the moment of the show, just before discovery of the body. Unluckily for you, the particular attempt was thwarted by your fairy friends.
Says you, huh? You got proof, genius? This ain't your win yet, nuh-uh. Not knocked the guard out of the count, and everybody knows it.
Don't play games with me, Knight. Knight was as much of a victim as the guard was in this case. As a matter of fact, I've proved Knight had been attacked in a cell. We found traces of Knight's blood cleanly wiped on the cleanly wiped floor of his cell. What could possibly explain such a thing other than having been attacked? And it was you who attacked them. You ambushed the both of them and stole the keys.
Why, I oughta. What's with you, huh? That newspaper wiped the blood up good. Ain't no way you should have found it.
Okay, but why do you think you have to wipe it up anyway?
If they checked that into God's hands, they would have seen those two never came to blows. But the blood would give it away, the whole game. Ain't no way they'd figure out what's going.
They don't figure out.
There was a third man in the ring. Plus, once they started sniffing around the floor, they'd have found it all in a heartbeat.
So you wiped the blood to buy yourself a little more time. so he could wait for a better opportunity. Sadly, the opportunity he sought wasn't good enough to get clear of the prison, it seems. Now, head over the keys.
Ugh. KO'd by a lousy, stinking bum. Fine, you want the keys? Yeah, maybe choke on them.
Wait a moment. If Mr. Castrato here had the keys.
Indeed, Your Honor. Your theory relies on Knight's having used the keys he allegedly stole to escape his cell. That was the only way he could have been able to enter Mr. Saint's cage, if that he moved into the workshop. Unfortunately for you, we now know that the theory cannot possibly be true.
No!
Yes, this changes things up a bit, yeah? And the only person could have moved Knight's body. It's the person who knew about the tunnel.
No, you gotta be freaking. Mr. Castrato, you're under arrest. Come quietly now, pal. Wait, you got the wrong guy. I didn't do nothing. Alright, fine. I knocked 2 chumps out, and I stole the keys. I went back right to my cell and waited for the moment.
Next time I went to Knight's cell, there was nobody around, and I mean nobody. Plus, his body was found in a workshop. You think I just magic my way in there or something?
I wouldn't even go down my cell.
Indeed, you had the key to Knight's cell. You couldn't have left your own cell back at the prison. But Mr. Canis' dog could. It was not only you, but Helmut who moved the body from the cell to the workshop.
I get it now. You say he wasn't the only con of the conspiracy.
Indeed. One can easily imagine Mr. Castrato and Mr. Canis might have worked together. Mr. Castrato would have killed Knight and dragged him back to his cell.
And then Mr. Canis' dog took him to the workshop?
There's no restrictions on animal movements within the prison. Movements between detention center and the prison proper, however, is tightly controlled. So the one possible route, and only you could have taken advantage of it, Mr. Castrato.
How can you say sure, huh? Maybe there's more. More of it we just don't know.
Someone tells me that digging even a single tunnel isn't arduous enough.
You got that right. Just scrapping more than one hole of dirt with the dirt of a spoon. Luck for me, I didn't have to get dig the whole way. Somebody did a bunch of work for me.
What? You didn't dig the entire tunnel yourself?
Nope. Found it when I put me in that cell. And all the way from the well into the yard as well. Even looked down the well, check from there. It was the same tunnel, alright. I just made good on what somebody else already started.
Then what was the original tunnel for?
Who knows? I don't want all the answers, pal. Maybe somebody else tried to break out. Ooh, maybe the animals dug it. Like, to get water from the well or something?
I've heard more plausible scenarios than that in B-grade movies, Kay.
Let's try, kid. Ain't no word to be down there. Though, come to think of it, a smell. Yeah, I always smell kinda nice down there.
Nice.
Actually, I don't know. It smells sort of like dessert, I guess.
A sweet scent. That sounds very familiar. Where do we come? Oh. Take the gumshoe notice a sweet smell when you examining Mr. Knight's body. With the help of the police dog, we followed the scent body and traced it back to. And that, Mr. Castrato, was when we found your tunnel. Could the same sweet smell be the one you noticed come from the well?
Very clever, Mr. Edgeworth. You mean to suggest that this evidence of the body have been moved to the tunnel?
I do. Furthermore, Mr. Castrato, you're the only person who could have done it. Nobody else had access. You have our thanks, Mr. Caserato. Truly. Finally, the truth comes into view. Now unburden yourself. It is time. Confess your role in this tragic incident.
What? You ain't pinning this on me?
I'm glad to see we're finally in agreement, Your Honor. Oh, if only we were, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Caserato may have been an accomplice, but no, Mr. Canis. No, he was working with Mr. Knights. Ah? What do you mean? I do believe he moved Mr. Knight's body. Instead, I believe he lent Mr. Knight the use of the key he stole. You gotta be kidding me. Granted, it seems likely he attacked Mr. Knight, but it doesn't necessarily mean that Mr. Knight was knocked unconscious as a result. And what if he wasn't? What if he and Mr. Caserato had reached a certain agreements? What kind of agreement exactly? Mr. Knight was planning to escape. Escape for which requires a means of leaving his cell. Here was the precise means, in the form of the keys Mr. Caserato had just stolen from the guards. Mr. Caserato himself would have passed through the Knight's cell in order to effect his own escape. Mr. Knight needed only to shout and alert the guards when Mr. Caserato's plan would be ruined. And so, the two struck a deal.
Lady, when I do, the only striking I do is with my fists.
My, still you deny it.
So, we're agreeing that we still disagree? I mean, I don't know, like, he's saying that it didn't happen, like, I don't know, in all fairness, like, he could just be lying as well.
Mr. Saint was able to move him from the prison proper just as planned.
Aha! And then he took Mr. Knight to the workshop and did the dirty deeds.
When neither of you listening, the scent of Knight's body proves that it was taken through the tunnel. It was moved from his cell to the... Perhaps, if you would let me finish, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm not denying that Mr. Knight's body was moved through the tunnel. Then what are you driving at?
Is this a trick question?
As you say, Mr. Edgeworth, the sweet scent shows the route the body took. However, it did not enter the tunnel from Mr. Knight's cell.
Huh? Then how did it get down there?
There's another possibility, one you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yards. Could a body have entered from a tunnel there?
The well in the yards?
Oh yeah, that thing. Mr. Saint did not take the cage to the workshop, he took it outside. There, he killed Mr. Knight and threw his body down the well. Mr. Canis's dog then dragged Mr. Knight's body here to the owner's cell at the bottom of the well. On that note, I would ask you to recall something. What was happening in the yards at approximately the time of the body's discovery?
A circus show, right? Regina and Simone were performing for everyone.
Wait, Simone!
Oh.
Ah, indeed. So you must know. It must have only been him that disposed of the body. Judge Gavel is a truly formidable opponent. She so effortlessly adjusted her theory to fit the facts. I propose that Mr. Knight was taken to the yards, not the workshop. And we have established Mr. Sam was off stage for 15 minutes. Ample time to throw a body down the well, I'm sure you will agree. Your deductions are impressive, Your Honor. However, even supposing Knight's body was indeed thrown down the well, you cannot conclusively say that it was during the show. It could have happened at a different time. My sympathies, Mr. Edgeworth, but I simply could not have. What did I say about falling for it for a third time, Edgeworth, huh? What did I say about that? Mr. Caserato was using the tunnels at around the time the show began. Mr. Caserato, did you ever trip over a corpse while you were down there? No, place was clean. If her body had been up on the well before the show began, Mr. Caserato would have seen it. Wait. However, he saw no such thing. Which makes it somewhat difficult to support your theory. Furthermore, Mr. Knight's body was discovered in the workshop after the show. In summary, the body must have been thrown in the well and moved to the workshop. At some point during the show. Tell me, who else could have done about Mr. Saint? If the body did indeed tunnel from the well, things don't look good for Mr. Saint still. Your Honor, your theory still just sat. A theory. And I posit you lack the evidence to back it up. I concede that for the moment. I do not. May I suggest that we investigate the yard again? Very well. May the gods of justice go with you. Now then, to the yard. Perhaps we can finally put this case to rest. What's that sound? Yikes! Is that a fire? Somebody else escape? Should we maybe skip town too? Just a theory, a judge theory. Thank you for listening. It's definitely okay. So it is actually pretty good to see that, like, to have the whole it's just a theory. It's just a theory thing, like, spun around onto our opponent, because usually, like, everyone, like, puts that on, like, us, like, usually they say, oh, what you posit is just a theory with no evidence, but now we're finally able to pull that card out. Oh, darlings, please, there's nothing to be alarmed about, by which I mean, that's not an alarm, it's the dinner bell, although I suppose it's rather alarming if you aren't used to it. Don't scare the heck out of me. I'm so sorry, sweet pea. I hope you can forgive us. I'll let you two back to your posts now. Chop chop. And as for you, Rocco Casarato, it's time you went back to your room. Yeah, fine, I get the picture. Come on, Diddy. We're out of here. What are the gods? Will you take one more look around the yard now? Oh, darlings. Don't you have homes of your own to go to? Visiting hours are over, I'm afraid. Tomorrow, Interesting. Very interesting indeed. I think we have quite enough excitement for one day, don't you? Murderers or escapees are so eventful. It's time our guest went home, Benny Bice, isn't it? Yes. Yes, it is. We'll say this because of how much the evidence has changed. Saint should be released until it can be conclusively... Yeah, because, again, like... I think, like, we've pretty much, like... I think we now, like, gathered, like, enough, like, evidence and put enough, like, theories out there to, like, at least get him, like, released from prison, right? Like, because, again, like, everything that, like, Gavel had just suggested was just a theory. There's no proof behind it. There's no evidence. And, like, her claim that, oh, Knight and Caserato struck a deal... Even Caserato's like, actually, no, we didn't do that. Like, and I get Caserato is a criminal and hasn't exactly been proven trustworthy,
But still, for a claim like that, you would need evidence, right? Especially if, like, he's denying it. Ugh. Come now, darlings, don't make me bore you with all that I'm the warden, this is an order nonsense. Warden Lagarde is right. Her word is law here, and we must respect her wishes. Mr. Edgeworth, your investigation yard will have to wait until tomorrow. And the other thing, what would he have gained from a lion about a dead guy? Yeah, like, I don't know. You may keep your badge for now. The matter of your standing can wait. I bid you all good day. What are you waiting for, kittykins? Off you go. Fine. At least there is tomorrow for me. Judge Cavell believes that Knight's body was dropped down the well, and then taken through Mr. Cartwright's cell to the workshop. But was that truly the case? Did the facts really support her theory? She also seems to believe Mr. Saint had to be the one to move the body. But was he really the only one with the opportunity to do so? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Tomorrow's another day. I'm still really suspicious of the warden. This is possibly more realistic of how detectives and cops would look at. Right, interesting. We'll figure out a way to save Simone. I know we will. Yes, we will. I will prove Mr. Saint's innocent. Beyond a shadow of a doubt. I'm going to end this case, by the way, so here we are again. Let's hope we can find something this time that will finally reveal the truth behind it all. Although, this might be easier said than done. There's nothing left to investigate. George Cavill's deductions yesterday. There's another possibility. One you seem to have overlooked. The well in the yard. Could body not have entered the tunnel from there? In summary, the body must have been thrown down the well and moved into the workshop. At some point during the show, tell me, who else could have done that but Mr. Saint? Had Knight's body been really thrown down the well? The answer to that question will be surely shows the way forward. Before we begin, I should tidy up my organizer a little. Okay, what do we have here? Just in case you plan to do DLC for Digimon this week, the director of the game said each DLC should take about... Okay, so... We might... I don't know. It's possible that we might do... In that case, we might do the DLC and then switch over to, like, maybe... I might wait till, like, next week to do the DLC, because that's when I get, like, paid. But yeah, we will probably do the DLC, then switch over to, like, maybe, like, co-working or like, art or something. Yeah. Yeah. It's just right now, again, it's that thing I was talking about yesterday, how, like, I kind of do want to try to save, like, as much money as I possibly can at the moment, so... Yeah, so I will... And the thing is, like, when I get paid, I usually do, like, plan out, like, some kind of, like, budget in my head, and if I include, like, Digimon to that, that will make things, like, so much easier for me. Yeah. No, wait. Oh, wait, my read debuts next week. Can I wait until all three and do... That is true, we could also do that. I'll think about it, but I actually forgot, like, my read debut is, like, next week. Yeah. Ugh. I'm just seeing what evidence we have here. Jesus Christ, we still have like most of our evidence. Huh, there's a cover on it. Dried up well, stop banging in the middle of a prison. Yeah, I figured it'd be locked. Well, luckily, I'm a master lockpicker. Want me to do my stuff? I think not. We'll do the investigation by the book. Come on, don't be such a stick in the mud. Whoa! What is it, Kay? The lock's broken. From the looks of it. It's been broken for a long time. If that's the case, then anyone could have thrown Knight's body down that well. George could feel serious that Mr. Saint carried out the murder here in the yard. Then, during the performance, he threw the body down the well. Wasn't that like a whole... I don't know if that's... I guess the stage was kind of blocking it, I guess. What are you thinking, Malzarino? Plausible or no? Oh, I know see if Missile can help us out again. You'll be able to tell if Mr. Nicebody was here. Which way it went. Good idea. I'll call Detective Gumshoe.
Gumshoe speaking.
Detective, I need your assistance. Come to the prison yards and bring Miss all of you.
You bet, sir. Gumshoe's 7 secret weapons to the rescue again, huh?
I'm fairly sure Miss All belongs to the precinct. We've seen Saint's arms. There's no way that puny man can lift up a massive beefcake that was Knight's. Yeah, that is... I guess, wouldn't that also be taken into consideration? Like, could he possibly, like, lift, like, up, like, Knight's body? I'd like you to bring one of our witnesses. Call the Berry Big Circus and ask Miss Regina Berry to come down here if you will.
Yes, sir. I'll be there before you know it.
So, what shall we do while we wait for Gummy? How about a quick game of hide and go seek? Fun idea, kiddo, but where exactly would we hide? He's not seriously considering it. Your game can wait, Kay. We need to call on one of the more practical skills. I think you know the one. Oh, you bet I do. On crime scene recreation coming right up. Say what now? Let me show you. Introducing our great secret weapon, Little Thief. Whoa! Screens appearing from thin air. That's some next level tech, little sis. Why not talk me through the deets? What are we doing now? I'm inputting everything we need for the simulation. Allow me to explain. I wish we got to see more of that. Yeah, it kind of feels like wasn't it only used in like 2 cases? It kind of feels like for something like, it feels like for something like as, like it was on, like if I remember correctly, it was only featured prominently in 1 case, right? Like for something like that could be like so useful, we don't really see it that much, you know? I'm sure there's like plenty of cases where like recreating the crime scene would be extremely useful. Oh well. Even with like the limitation of like it can only like recreate what we know. Okay, we don't really need to. Well, I basically just explained it, so. Discount. Okay. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all singing. Now, witness the true power of our real, modern-day Robin Hoods. Ooh. Yipes! What is this? It's a recreation of how things were yesterday. What a lot of data I gave Little Thief. The gadget was the tool used by usually Atakarasi, but they used it to plan robberies. Well, there's no harm using it for something on the right side of the law now. Oh, but keep in mind I can only recreate what you tell it to. You can't simulate things it doesn't have data for. And if data itself contains mistakes, you have to wind up those same mistakes in recreation too.
Well, this particular recreation is based on case photo, so we shouldn't run into any problems. So now that I say that, now that I've said it, we're gonna run into like so many problems, aren't we? That's enough preamble. Shall we get started?
Okay. Don't forget, you can examine stuff in a recreation, just like in real life. You can also present evidence to try to clear up any inconsistencies you find.
Of course. Thanks for the reminder. Let's take a look at that well.
This stuff here. Oh yeah, there's all that stuff here.
We should examine the area carefully. There's a silly looking hemp rope lying on the ground.
Kind of reminds me of the ropes we used to play tug of war in school.
The answer is no, Kay.
What? I didn't even say anything! Yes.
Kay, why is a monkey fucking dead?
I mean, they did say, I'm not gonna, low key, I was kind of rooting for the monkey doing the heroin tart.
It was just the elephant over there. The monkey of Simone, who was downstairs.
Oh, right. Just input that.
And don't.
And, yep.
Why is it Simone fucking the elephant now?
Well, I mean, I just thought it'd be too real to life, and...
I've seen countless bodies in my time. Countless murders take place right before my eyes. I've seen things no man ever wishes he dare see. But none of that will compare to the horrors of which I've seen today.
Oh, come on, it's not that bad.
Okay, I think I have to arrest you for what you may potentially be in your hard drive.
Oh, yeah, looks like somebody used to put up a tent.
But there was no tent, was there? Which guess what was it used for? What are these bunch of police doing here? It seems we be well police for lifting buckets. With a metal weight of some kinds. Looks like it weighs. The projection makes it look a little tricky to read, but do you remember how heavy it was, Kay?
Sure, it was 30 pounds. 30 pounds. Actually, I'm gonna like just quickly just convert that real quick to kilograms. I think it's around like 15 kilos, but it's only 13 kilos. That's not heavy, like, at all. That's actually quite light. Right, sorry, just, there we go, and bring everything back to what it was. Why does anyone need such a heavy weight? Well, anyway. Well, I mean, I guess it would be heavy for a teenager.
It doesn't seem related to the circus show at this rate.
Depends on who you talk to. I guess that is true. At the very least, like, I'm trying to think, is there anything I would struggle with like 15 kilos? Like 13 kilos, I mean. No, actually. Not even like, I'm even thinking about like some like my more like weaker muscles. No, like, I could even do like most like forearm exercises of like over 13 kilos. There are many people who could have thrown Knight's body down during the show.
This is looking worse and worse, Mr. Saints.
So what do you think all this stuff around the well's used for? I can't see any animals needing them for that performance. Some of this weight is in the problem, but how you must see. True, true. Maybe it could have been used as like a counterbalance or something. Indeed. Nothing immediately strikes me as likely purpose. What else was buried later. Oh, wait, never mind. Yes, this is what a circus show stage stood. Do you think anyone would be interested in a great theme show? I'm sure the police would be very eager to attend. What was the name of this trunk happy friend again? Oh, sorry. It was Fender who said that. 'Cause 25 pounds isn't heavy for you, but if you had a mug that was 25 pounds and a boy could barely lift it. True. True. That is true. Of course. How could I forget? Oh, exactly inspiring though was us. It's Barry having an off day when she came up with it. Oh my gosh, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't throw the poor elephant herself. I suspect it's about those fine for now. Take the gum, she should be here soon too. Okay, could you power down, Mr. Thief for now? Sure thing. Prepare to return to normality. Beep. Investigation complete. Sorry, sir. Came as quick as I could. Ha! Speak of the devil. Oh, detective. This is indeed impressively quick. You know me, sir. Never did like to keep you waiting. Thanks for coming all this way, Regina. No problem. It seems way more fun than rehearsals, so I ditched them for today. It is very much appreciated. Alright, detective. Let's solve a missile. I actually want to check something real quick. Okay. Yes, sir. Hey! Missile! Over here, boy. Oh. What's the matter? Come on, boy, come on. What's wrong with him? Looks like he's scared of something, sir. Oh. Alligator! Guess he's not a fan, sir. Well, I doubt he's much help. He'll be of much help to us like this. Any other bright ideas, Malzerino? Yes, actually. Miss Berry, would you mind lending me a hand? I'd love to. Just tell me what you need. Do you want me to teach Allie some tricks? I don't doubt she could do it, but... Nothing quite like that. I'd simply like an account of what the yard looked like during the show. I like this going. You think of using those teeth again, am I right? If you'd be so kind. Okay, collecting all the data, firing up simulation. Here you go. This is what the yard looked like during the show. The time at which the body was purported to have been thrown down the well. Oh wow, this is so amazing. It's like a magic trick. No magic here, just sweet, sweet data. Yeah. Which is why... The area behind the stage is missing. Yeah, Regina says she wasn't involved in getting the stage set up, so we don't have any data on what it was like back there. No data, no simulation, huh? Brutal. I'm so sorry, you guys. It's all because I let Simone do everything by himself. Oh, no. It's all my frilly associates' faults. Objection, Fender! Anyway, we've got a fresh simulation now, but we still have other data too. I can switch back whenever we want to the recreation by of them taking down the stage. So we can examine both the scene during and after the show. Switch between the two at will. Okay. Sorry if I've been in love between tiger and an elephant. Wish I could have seen it.
Yes, but I didn't give you an excuse to make a recreation of it. Rather graphic on it, that's.
We should go see Simone up there on the stage too. Oh, he was wonderful. The way he flew off that stage.
Oh, yes, that scene.
The victory is depicted in a very unique manner, whereby the villain is sent flying from the stage. Having been ejected from the stage in this manner. Sorry. Sorry. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night. Having been ejected from the stage in this manner, the villain no longer appeared in the performance.
And just saying this crime took place during that time? Roughly, how long would you say Mrs. Saint was off stage for, Miss Berry?
They go to hydrate. They go to hydrate. Let's see. I guess it was around 15 minutes.
Justice Judge Cavell said.
Isn't it pretty hairy, healthy, and safety-wise having an elephant fling a guy off the stage? Not at all. Azia is very gentle.
I'm not sure it changes much if she flings him gently or roughly.
Sorry, scratching my neck. Too gentle, in fact. When we first rehearsed it, she barely nudged him. By the end, he was flying off the stage. Not because of Azia, though. Simone had figured out some kind of trick, apparently. Isn't it amazing?
A trick? Do you have any idea what kind of trick?
Who? Me? No, it was Simone's big thing. I want to know where to start. I get it.
The basket was empty in the other recreation.
Oh yeah. But it was definitely empty in the photo I took. Oops, sorry, I made a mistake when filling in earlier. Oh? That basket's for holding Azaya's food, but on the morning of the show, all the apples for it all vanished. Poof. Totally forgot to mention it. Sorry.
Disappearing apples. I should make note of this.
Interesting how it's pretty people-sized. There's like a gazillion megawatt pumping through that fence. Kinda risky. Like, that's actually a fair point. Like, you would think you wouldn't have any animals close to this, right?
No one turned off electricity.
Yeah, but then all the prisoners would escape.
So your entrance blocked by an elephant? I think not.
It's a real puzzle, though. I need to give it some more thoughts.
She seems to be enjoying the challenge. I'll just leave her to it.
Oh. Sorry, I had to quickly fix something. They have those electric fences on all the time, Jurassic Park. Yeah, and how well do those work? That's one impressive fence. Sure could climb.
Please don't. It's all electrified.
What's on the other side?
The pond is home to one of the god's beloved alligator.
And look, those bones must be from her latest meal.
I somewhat doubt an alligator could pick a carcass clean like that.
You think? I got a feeling that she was rather ladylike in her own way, actually.
If you say so.
I do. Kind of sixth sense for these things.
An interesting talent, though not one I'm particularly envious of. The chairs line up neatly for the show.
Some bit of space. The way seats are arranged. Reminds me of a karaoke contest I entered as a kid.
You entered a karaoke contest?
I sure did. I came in second.
Even in the depths of nights, when no bird ever takes flight, when alone soars shine, the light of righteousness on the world's blights.
Tell me you didn't actually sing that.
I sure did.
She did well to take second place, or perhaps stole it is more apt. Or is it more that she failed to steal first place? I'm overthinking this.
I think I would have to piece some things together now. There we go.
The trick Mr. Saint performed as big scene could have been something to do with all the items found around by the well. Okay, I'd like you to have another look at the equipment around the well from yesterday. Could have Faith bring up the recreation from when they were tearing down the stage?
You got it.
Oh, take another look at these items. Could they not have been used for this trick of Mr. Saint's?
Sounds possible enough. Hey, I could maybe add to the simulation.
Good idea. Please go ask Mr. Saint for the details.
Roger that. I'll be back. I'm back. You told me exactly how he did it.
Excellent. Well, how does it work?
He said he used a pulley at the top of the well to suspend a heavy weight from the rope. And then lower that down into the well. Yet the end of the rope went through 2 more pulleys. He was tied and was tied around his body.
I see. So he used a downward pull from the weight to help him launch himself into the air. But how did he make sure that the weight only dropped when he wanted it to?
Okay, it's going to tell us a very super secret trick about worrying about how it might affect Saint's life. Yeah! Yeah! It's almost as if like a secret to how a magic trick works doesn't take precedent over someone's life. True, see? You nearly had a man's blood on your hands. You nearly had a kid's blood on your hands, and you still didn't let that affect your conscience in one way. Trucy, I like you, but my god, you are a psychopath. We're never gonna... No, we're not.
Miss Barry didn't seem to know anything about the trick or the contraption he built it for. In which case, I suppose I must have Mr. Saint himself pull out the stake.
That's right, and to do that, he used a second length rope. He tied it to the stake, and then... Didn't we find...
The stake was released, and the weight dropped down the well.
It's a great trick. I have to steal it. That one has to go in a Great Thief's repertoire.
Maybe so it might not be quite that easy. These kinds of circus tricks can require years of practice to master. Simply stealing the idea won't be enough.
Alright, practice it is then.
But before you run away to do so, would you mind updating the simulation?
Oh, right, then we can see how it all works out.
Okay.
And now to add the data. Leave T should be able to reproduce the trick now. So this is how Mr. Saint performed.
So this is how Mr. Saint performed the trick.
A contraption that used the well, a very heavy weight, 3 pulleys, 2 lengths, a rope, sent Mr. Saint flying during the show.
Somebody's full of surprises, huh? I mean, dropping a weight down the well to help him fly off the stage like that? That's genius. Indeed, but I imagine it would have indeed quite a lot of weight. More than him at the very least. There's some serious pull for him to lift in the air like that. Yeah, and probably a ton of practice. Okay, no. £130 pulling force to be maybe, I don't know. I don't know, because I would have thought it was like, how heavy is like Saints? There's no way he'd be just 13 kilos, right? Like that would be extremely unhealthy, right? So that's what I was thinking. Wait, does it seem odd to you? No. You haven't noticed, Detective? There's something strange about the weight we found. The one weight on its own wouldn't be heavy enough. A single 30-pound weight couldn't have lifted Mr. Saint off the ground. Oh yeah! In which case, could there perhaps be some weights missing? Sounds like a job for 7 secret weapons, sir. Should the need to use them arise, I suppose I should speak with him then. I guess the melt sector? I've never seen him so excited. I'll be sure to let you know if I need either of them, Detective. There we go. Detective, I've needed one of your secret weapons. Roger that. The metal detector, if you'll be so kind. Ah, jeez. I'm gonna use my fishing pole. So before we start, let me run you through how the metal detector works. Simple enough. Use the sound. Tell you how close you are to something made of metal. Okay. Give me your exam spot when I'm standing. Say, oh, the fence. Anyway, that's how it'll work. You tell me where you want me to look, sir, and I'll get the ring on. Got someone. Someone here, sir. Oh. It's a gold coin, sir. What a find. We'll go down history. I don't imagine a gold coin stay hidden long in the prison yards. Oh, you found it. Never would have guessed it was hiding here this whole time. That's one of the coins from the big coin hunt we hold once every 2 weeks. Hey, that sounds kind of interesting. Maybe it's fun for the whole family. Sure is. This is not the hunt for coins that one buries them around the yard. If they find 3 silver coins or 1 gold coin, they can sell them for jelly donuts. Oh, it's a show, no a treasure hunt. This is a prison or playground. It's both. Detective? Found something. Something here, sir. I don't see anything metallic. What does the detective pick up? Let's pick up some iron sands. Iron sands? As a sand you pick up a magnet? Nice and stuff. We can find it at beaches sometimes. But just the thing we need right here.
Choosing secret weapon number 6 or 7.
Are you making this up as you go along?
Seemingly ordinary magnet I found in a hardware store.
Oh my god.
Ooh, come on, little guys, come to Papa.
It must be nice to be so easily entertained. Regardless, the investigation must continue.
Alright, let's get back to it. Pick up something over here. Let's take a look-see. And this little guy in the grass.
They're the same weight we found by the well. They must be from Mr. Saint's trick. Does someone hide these on purpose?
I count 4 together, sir.
Hey, that'd be more than heavy enough to send him flying. So somebody hid several of the same weights and as the one by the well. But why? Why over here?
Yes, nice work, me. Eek! That thing that gave me a heart attack.
What's the matter, detective?
The metal detector, sir. It's reacting to the alligator.
It's a fake alligator, isn't it? What? How? You sure it's not responding to the weights we just found?
No, sir. Sure, it's something different. Sure, it's come from the alligator.
And she's gone.
Ha! We scared that big snapper goods. I don't think that's okay. Huh? Then what is it? Ally hasn't been herself lately.
That's the name. Ally. The warden's favorite pets.
She wouldn't even look at the food Warden Lagarde brought her yesterday. She was acting as if, I don't know, as if maybe she'd eaten something she didn't agree with. Maybe the metal detector was responding to whatever she ate, sir.
Oh no!
What if she ate one of the weights?
I really don't think even an alligator could swallow a 30-pound lump of iron. So what did the metal detector actually pick up? And why would someone hide those weights? Perhaps I missed something when I looked at the equipment by the well. Okay, could you recreate the scene again?
Coming right up. Bah. A gator can eat another gator, so it wouldn't be surprised for 808. Damn.
It looks like this is designed for raising and lowering of buckets. No sign of a bucket though. The apples in the basket were likely eaten by Isaiah.
Really? That's strange. I made sure to put a cart where the trunk couldn't reach them.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, yes. It was still full of apples the night before the show.
Though we must consider the possibility that the cart was moved somewhere when Isaiah's reach. A large basket full of apples couldn't have been moved by the wind, which likely means somebody moved it for a reason. Therefore, sure it even started, the cart had been moved and the apples eaten. Yes, this seems the most likely probable timeline. Let's update
Righty, into the simulation of the performance then. Should we change back to recreation first? There, all done. Okay, what does this tell us? I know it's got to be important somehow, but...
Mr. Saint used the well to construct contraption. 2 ropes. But it turned out recreation. Wasn't that only... I should try switching the other simulation, double checking. Alright. Think about the 2 recreations. The one during the performance and the one we're looking at right now. There's a major difference between the 2. Namely, one of the ropes is missing. Oh yeah. Mr. Saint's trick wouldn't work with only the items we see before us. So what happened? Where did the missing rope go? I think only one piece of evidence could collected might tell us exactly that. This rope was found beside Knight's body. Wait, you mean... Yes, it must have been the other rope used in Mr. Saint's trick. So you're saying... Yes, the rope did indeed have a weight attached to it. But it wasn't any of the iron weights we found. Those were hidden in the bushes and replaced with something else. What was it then, Mr. Edgeworth? Come on, I'm dying here. Think about the rope we found the workshop was related to. Do that, and you'll soon figure out the answer. The weights drop down. Weights drop down the well. It could only be Mr. Knight's body that's dropped down the well. What? Mr. Knight's body was the weight? Yes. No. Somebody first swapped out the weights used in Mr. Saint's trick. Then, Mr. Saint used the contraption to make his exit from stage. When he left the rope around his body loose. Both the rope and Knight's body fell into the bottom of the well. The rope was never used to restrain Knight. It was used to suspend his body halfway down the well. So we can easily see why most of the weights were hidden. So no one would realize they'd been replaced with the body? Precisely. We could further deduce they were hidden by the killer. Whoa there, gang. Wasn't Paul Bronco stabbed in the neck? Wouldn't there be blood everywhere? Including down the well? Oh, the killer thought of that, which is why they used this. This top was found with the body. I think it's likely that Knight's corpse was wrapped around it. Ooh, another piece of puzzle falls into place. It's all coming together now. Love it. But all we're doing is proving the body did go down the well. Which means we're helping to prove Simone was the killer. No, not quite. But what about Judge Gavell said yesterday? Oh, but if Mr. Saint truly is the killer, why would he need to go such lengths to commit this crime? That's true. Knight's body fell down the well. Mr. Saint used the contraption during the show. Therefore, it reveals nothing about where the real killer actually was, or where they were doing at the time. It's only designed to throw suspicion onto those who were not at the show. Yeah, I guess we did suspect Mr. Candace during right away, huh? Now it's the killer's goal, to make us think that the crime took place during the show. In other words, they used the well contraption to construct an alibi. Miss Berry, when exactly did Mr. Saint put the contraption together? It would have been the day before the show. The night before, actually. Yes, we started getting ready for the show at around 9 p.m. And I think it finished around midnight? In which case, the killer must have switched the weights for the body after... Did Candace know about this contraption? Even if he did, he wouldn't have been able to do much of it. And I highly doubt that he taught his dog to suspend bodies halfway down wells. Which means
Canis isn't the killer. So, do you come to visit prison often, Regina? Ah, I sure do. I have so many little friends here. It's wonderful. They're all such sweeties. Little faces and new. I made new friends only yesterday. Ally's just the cutest. Cute? That's a full-grown... Sorry. That's a full-grown alligator lurking in the depths of a pond. Are you sure about that? Can't help worrying. You could just walk up and then jump, you know? Oh, don't be silly. She'd never do anything like that. Especially since she's not doing great. She has been herself since yesterday. I'm so worried about her. You guys are worried too, right? Right? Yeah, totally. Super worried, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes. Super. Don't rope me into this. Shares must have been for the audience. Really? Why? You've clearly never had to fold up a bunch of boring chats for her. Not personally. I've told other people to do it, though. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, you gotta roll up your sleeves and help out every once in a while. Yeah. I'll consider it. As bad as it looks, sir. Poor little guy scared out of his skin. I'd hoped to have him track the scent again, but that clearly isn't in the cards now. Meow. I don't know what that was. This pond is home to one of God's beloved alligator. Okay, we've already read this. Okay. I guess let's switch back to the recreation. Okay, we've gathered everything we can. This door appears to be locked. Okay, yeah, we've already read this. Okay. The basket was moved the night before the circus performance. If deduced, the weights were switched out the body around the same time. I had to chalk it up to coincidence, huh? The next question we should be asking is, why was the cart moved? I think I'd hazard a guess. The cart would have been blocking the door. Which can only mean that somebody needed to open it. Now, let's see what's... Oh, great. It's locked. Oh yeah, let me ask God for help. Hey, God! Yes, miss? What can I do for you? That was fast! God, where's the key for the door? Oh, the one who keeps hold of that. I'll go ask her for it. One of the guards the only with the key. And let me guess, he's gonna come back and he's gonna say, yeah, she's not giving you permission. She's not giving you permission to look through it. I mean, if somebody did open the door, they would have had to get it from her somehow. Right, could be her. Thanks for the help.
Look at these breakers. They must be controlling electricity for the whole prison.
Think somebody could get in that night before the show, right? But why? What were they trying to do?
Well, I doubt they came here by mistake thinking it was a break room. They must have came here to tamper with these switches.
Did they turn off the power to something?
Come to think of it, it must have lost power. What might have lost power? There was a 3-hour gap in the security camera footage.
Oh yeah, that was. So somebody flipped the breaker it was connected to?
It seems very likely.
Do you think it was the killer?
It's true that showing off the cameras would have made things easier for them.
It would.
Which means the killer would have to be someone who had access to the breakers. It seems only one person has the key. It couldn't be. Could it?
Alright, little thief, your work here is done. Whoa!
First on the scene, the early bird wins the worm.
Good morning, Mr. Winner.
How'd you get here before me?
Good morning, Mr. Edgeworth. I see you made an early start.
And I see you made a late one, Judge Gaville.
This isn't my early case. I am a very busy woman. Not all of us enjoy the freedom of a prosecutor relieved of his current responsibility. Oh, I do apologize. I meant, of course, an associate attorney.
Associate, more like asinine.
We'll see about that.
Eustace, let's begin investigation of the yard. Ooh.
Okay, I could get some officers to help.
That won't be necessary.
Why not?
We've already finished investigating the yard and won quite the prize in its possession.
What? But I'm supposed to be the winner.
Your Honor? I'd like to revisit your theory from yesterday, in order to thoroughly disprove it.
I would caution you to choose your words carefully, Mr. Edgeworth. As I'm sure you remember, your badge is in my hands.
How could I forget? You've told me several dozen times already. Perhaps you care to try out different threats?
You have been warned repeatedly, yes, and each time my words seem to fall on deaf ears. Allow me to make this crystal clear. The committee cannot and will not tolerate insubordination.
The fate of my badge is the whims of the committee and of no concern to me now. The only thing that concerns me is proving Samoy Saint's innocence.
Interesting. And spoken like a true defense attorney. In that case, I shall be equally uncompromising. In the name of the goddess of justice, I will strike down your case without mercy. And when I'm done, your career as a prosecutor will be over as well. I hope you do not come to regret this. My theory remains the same when I relate to yesterday. Mr. Casarato did not find Mr. Knight's body when he passed through the tunnel. As such, the body could only have been dropped down the well during the show. We both know the owner could have dropped the body down there during the show is Mr. Saint.
That's still your assertion, if you could prove it, of course.
Of course you can. What do you think you're up against?
What Eustace means to say is, we received the final autopsy report just ahead of our arrival.
She really is a very busy woman. Busy looking after baby Winner.
The victims appear to have died the night before the body was discovered. In other words, the night before the show. The cause of death is stated, a seems wound of 7-inch deep. Okay, that could work in our favor, actually. Simone Saint was off stage for a period of 15 minutes. That was plenty of time for him to throw the victim's body down the well. George Gaville has investigated the yard yet, which means... I fear there may be some of a flaw in your theory, Your Honor. You seem very confident of that. Do you have any evidence to prove it? Yes, I think I just might. Okay. Okay, that's true. Okay, that's right. Sorry, Your Honor, but there's something else you're gonna have to take into account. The one in the yard is rigged up to create a certain unique contraption. A contraption? Go on. You will recall that Mr. Saint was sent flying from the stage by the elephants. I do? Just before he was absent for some time. He was the only one. He was only able to fly through the air thanks to a weighted rope he tied around himself. Dropping the weight down one end, allowed him to complete the trick.
Wait, why not send him flying as soon as he sets foot on the stage?
It's simple, really. He kept the weight from falling by using a stake to keep the rope in place. The second rope, he was able to pull the stake free, thereby controlling when the weight was dropped. We have found evidence to suggest that the original weight has been was replaced with Mr. Knight's body. This was done by the real killer, in order to create an alibi. The estimated time of death tells us that the murder took place in the morning. The killer could have tampered with the contraption in the time between the murder and the show.
You're saying Mr. Saint himself set the contraption up, right? Well then, who do you think is the number one most likely person to use it to dispose of a body, Even you must see how this looks.
If Mr. Saint was the killer, he could have simply done as Judge Gavelle theorized, without those extra steps. Miss Mary?
Yes?
Does anyone else know if Mr. Saint's trick works?
Well, let's see.
We had to get the prison's approval on what we were going to perform, so I don't think Simone's the only one he knows. And there you have it. Oh. Interesting. You have certainly been diligent in your investigation, and yet I fail to comprehend your actions, so... Why do you not work to do what is right? Is what I'm doing wrong? If so, who is it that deems so? How can you not grasp it even that? How can you not see what you're doing wrong at this very moment? You are a prosecutor, and yet you aid the defense. This flies in the face of common sense. You are breaking every rule in the book. I think only what is right and just, and act as I see fit in each situation I'm confronted with. This is my path I've chosen, and whether you could comprehend the choice is immaterial. But if you meet a stand in my way, I will fight back with all I can bring to bear. Perhaps the gods of justice is testing me. Very well, if it is her will that we must fight, then I shall end this once and for all. Listen well, Mr. Edgeworth, for this is another reason why Mr. Saint could be the killer. From the yard to the workshop, then Mr. Knight must be the first to bring. Then Mr. Knight must have first been brought here to the yard from his cell. The only person who had the opportunity to do that is Simone Saint, and thus he remains the only possible suspect. Mr. Saint took a cage with him to Mr. Knight's cell, but why would he do that? Why take such an unwieldy object all the way to the holding cells? Yeah, it is pretty sus. Well, we've all met Mr. Saint. That's exactly the kind of thing he would do. It's entirely possible he took the cage from absent-mindedness and nothing else. It may be possible. But it's no more or less impossible than him having helped Mr. Knight escape. Ugh. I need some real solid evidence I'm gonna get her to budge. Okay. Okay. Could it be the top, maybe? Okay, no, it wasn't this. Okay, Hmm. Mr. Sam was the only person who was free to walk around the prison. But there's a brief period of time a day with a crime of the crime in this prison. A time you would have possibly for anyone to move through the prison entirely unmonitored. What do I have to show that there was a period of time of day the crime where the oversight was limited? There was a period of time or day where the oversight was limited. Would it be the roll call? Okay, no. Okay. Full working order, but I have something to prove that wasn't the case. Okay. Oh, right. Mr. Saint is far from the only person who had the opportunity.
Which opportunity are you talking about again?
We'd previously established that the time code on security footage was off by 3 hours, and from this we deduced that there must have been a power outage lasting for that length of time, during which anyone could have moved around the prison undetected. Do you mean to say that our killer intentionally created this 3-hour gap? That is no simple camera malfunction? Is that even possible? It's completely possible to create a 3-hour gap using this. Our investigation of the yard turned up something rather interesting. A panel breaker, one which can be used to cut the power of security cameras. We also learned the door to the power room may have been open around the time of the murder.
What?
Such a shame. Seeing one so capable fall so short of the mark. Mr. Edgeworth knows what he's doing. Then how does one explain the lock at the power room door? Oh yeah, it's kinda locked up sides. And it warns you of the key. Those breakers are vital to the prison's infrastructure, so I very much doubt that anyone could have gained access to the power room's key so easily. No, but one person could have. I beg your pardon. The person, the killer, had easy access to it, in fact. And what's more, their position is such that nobody would dare question them.
What? There's no one like that. The breaker, the electric fence is there. They would have questioned it in an instant.
There's only one person who meets the criteria. I can hardly believe myself, but I have to follow where the logic leads. The person who had access to the power room key was... The real culprit is... Warden Lagarde.
Oh, just look at her. Aren't you the cutest thing, Portugal?
He's not just a pretty face. Missile has quite the nose for sweet things. It seems he's found something very sweet indeed. And it's coming from you.
Oh, darling, you're making me blush. I'm not even wearing perfume.
Then perhaps there's a sweet stench of death.
You're a regular poet, aren't you? I had no idea. But if I didn't know any better, I'd almost think you're calling moi the killer.
And that is precisely what I'm calling you.
What?
Warden Lagarde is the killer? Mr. Edgeworth, do you realize what you are saying?
Oh, ho, ho, such a naughty boy. How could he suspect me? I'm the one in charge around here. It's like we're in a murder mystery, aren't we?
And equally far-fetched. This is preposterous. Sadly, it is not, although I can hardly believe it myself. But this is one of the evidence points. We must trust in the evidence. This piece of evidence proves that Warden Lagarde is the killer. Okay, no. Oh, no, sorry, man. There we go. Your scent betrays you, Warden. And here is your accuser. The police dog. We had him track the sweet scent that lingered around the knight's body track when it first found. It now appears to be smelling the same scent, and it's coming from you. Oh ho ho. Darling, you're priceless. Really you are. Your evidence is a whiff of suspicion. Verity, dear. I do put him in his place. It seems Dr. Cavell may have reached a similar conclusion to myself. You believe this to be no mere coincidence, Mr. Edgeworth? I do. After all, she had the key. The scent found lingering on the body is hers as well. With just one or the other, we might be able to brush off the coincidence. However... Indeed. Then it seems a conclusion approaches. Perhaps we should hear what the one has to say for herself. We should. And when we have, this case will finally be at an end. You're all being simply awful. Stop looking at me like that. Me? The killer? How could I possibly do such a thing? Oh. Verity tells me everything she knows about the case, sweetie. The victim died in a cell, so by your logic, I would have killed him there. But how am I supposed to have moved the body? Especially as I never went into the prison. I was so busy at work, you see. I was cooped up in my office until right before the show began. Check if you like. You won't find record of anywhere of me having entered or left the prison either. Give me a break. This all doesn't lie. Don't make it hard on everyone. Just come clean. Oh dear. I'm afraid you are the one making things difficult. As I just said, I never went into the prison. If you think I'm lying, go ahead to check the records. She clearly wants to check us, which means they won't help us. We'll just have to find another way of getting the truth out of her. Please, Mr. Stop being such a big silly. You have made a boo-boo and you know it. The only time Night's body could have been placed in the wells the night before the show. She seems pretty confident there won't be a record of her entering the prison. In which case, we'll have to rely on something other than records in question. We should listen carefully to her statements again and ask a few pertinent questions. Okay. Judge Cavell told you everything. Are you close? Think I'll see you, darling. Why do you ask? Are you jealous? Jealous? Of what? I had asked one guard for a lot of information on the day of our investigation. Seems like I share some information in return. Oh, Verity, do you make it sound so off dry? I thought we had a lovely chat. I simply shared the truth in our conversation. It was the least I could do. But I'm not sure what's going on, but these two terrifyingly formidable together. Victim died in his cell, so by your logic, I would have had to kill him there. The murder took place in a cell. You seem very happy to accept that. And why wouldn't I be? It seems the most likely place for it to have happened without drawing attention. And besides, I found Knight's blood in his cell. Yes, but that was being struck by Mr. Carcerato. So I needn't tell that, I suppose. I think it is also no testimony to the contrary. What does it matter? Knight being killed in a cell doesn't go against any of the facts anyway. Do you have any evidence that you entered the prison? Please, darling, let me finish. So you were in your office the whole time? And you didn't notice anything unusual? No, I can't say I did. And you didn't notice anything missing? Okay, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break because I actually really need to go to the toilet. I'll be back in a quick minute. I'm just going while the ads are playing. Because I'll see you on a quick bit. So let me boop. Right, I'm back. There we go, feeling much better now. Alright. There we go. Right. Oh, there we go. And don't forget, Luana, I put something down and it's lost forever. It's a curse, darling, a curse. I even lost some important evidence recently. It was gone. Poof. Just like that. Oh, what? She still has a job? Honestly, if somebody came into my office and took something, it might be years before I notice. Seems I'll need more than the power room key to expose her. On the day of the murder, I was working in my office. Oh, God. Oh, and looking for something I misplaced. Even if I had a reason to go into the prison, I simply wouldn't have had the time. Sure, maybe you didn't go through the main entrance of the prison. But what if you took another route? Oh, come now, sweetie. Surely you don't mean the awful, filthy tunnel they discovered. Why, until yesterday I had no idea it even existed. No, you have another way in. I'm certain of it. The route that didn't require going through the main entrance or the tunnel. Through the fence? Warden, you took Knight from his cell and brought him to your office, which just happens to be connected to the yard. If you have a way through the fence, then you will be able to circumvent both the entrance and the tunnel. A gold star for creativity, darling. And how would I have gotten through the fence, The extremely high fence. Dot the razor wires and thousands of volts of electricity going through it.
Yeah, how is she supposed to go through,
The fence electricity supply can be cut off from the power room. And only you had a key. But wait, wouldn't she have needed to go through the fence? to get to the power room? Utterly ridiculous. The power room's on the prison side of the yards. One the guard has on the detention side. How would she even be able to reach the power room? Exactly, Verity, darling. Very, clever puss. Well, a clever puss, you've dug yourself a real hole now. If there's no record of one Lagarde entering the prison proper, then the idea that she shoved the power... Take a deep breath, big guy. It's a cool, and lost everything. If we don't find a solution, she might still wriggle out of this. Hey, I said take a deep breath. Not freak out completely, leaves her cool. There's nothing to be gained by banging your head against the same wall, yeah? No matter how I look at it, one Lagarde couldn't have done it alone. Mr. Edgeworth, if you cannot find out... You aren't doing yourself any favor by obstructing justice with your silence. That was a reflexive objection. But now I've yelled it, if I don't come up with an answer, it's all over. I have one more thing to add. If you'll permit me. Something that explains how the warden could have shut off the breaker from the wrong side of the fence? Yes, because it's not impossible as it seems. She couldn't have done it alone, but what if she wasn't alone? Oh, now we're talking. Hey, to flex the old grey matter, kiddo. I believe one Lagarde had an accomplice. Enough. You disappoint me, Mr. Edgeworth. What do you mean? Mr. Edgeworth said nothing wrong. The inmates of this prison are all issued with security bracelets. The ones that raise the alarm so people go where they're not supposed to. Ah! I see you've realized the error. And we are, of course, within prison grounds. Well, not only the bracelets worn, but even the guards surveil each other for signs of wrongdoing. Despite that, no one noticed Mr. Carcerato's escape. The only one to free to roam are the animals, and they most certainly could not have operated the breaker. No, our accomplices must be human. Then who did it? Given that it cannot have been a prisoner or a guard. It wouldn't be so quick to rule out either, Your Honor. The fact is, there's one person, someone whose movements aren't restricted. Mr. Salt's bracelet. This is one of the prisoner's bracelets? Indeed, a broken bracelet belonging to a certain self-proclaimed model prisoner. What do you mean? And who is this prisoner? Frank Sowitz, Warden Lagarde's favorite inmate. It's strange, isn't it, Warden? That he was able to keep a broken bracelet hidden and wander freely around the prison all the while. That is pretty funky. I mean, in a good way. It couldn't have been a case that he was permitted some sort of special leeway, could it? Although you are in the habit of giving such leeway to certain others. But Hidami Canis, for example. Mr. Edgeworth, that is pure speculation. In that case, why don't we ask Mr. Salt himself? I'm confident he will confirm for us, and he and one Lagarde will accomplice in this crime. If two of them had worked together, a certain route to escape to the prison becomes viable. The real route by which Knight was moved from his cell to the prison proper. Don't tell me you have to interrogate Sowitz. But she was able to remove both obstacles in one fell swoop by having Mr. Sowitz shut off the corresponding breaker. Alright, Mr. Edgeworth, you've had your fun. And do you still deny it, Warden Lagarde? No, darling, you've got me. I admit it's... Warden? Tell me this isn't true. Sorry, Verity, honey. I'm afraid it is. Frankie helps me do it. No way. You did it, Mr. But the tense music is here. That means it's not entirely solved. uh. As Mr. Edgeworth said, I had Frankie switch off the breaker, but we didn't kill Knight, did we? No, Sweetums, no, we didn't. What? Warden, explain yourself. Oh, Verity, dear. I doubt your precious girls will want to hear my excuses now. She's all merciful when you deem it so. Oh gosh, alright, I was being threatened. I had no choice but to do it. Do as he said. Who's he? But to tell me Canis, that ultra assassin. Canis? I'm sorry. How long has it been since that awful man came here to my beautiful prison? I'll never forget the day he arrived. The moment we were alone, he said this to me. You should know I have other dogs. Dogs not confined to this fine institution. Others? Yes, very loyal dogs. Dogs will do anything I ask of them. Of course, he wasn't talking about real dogs. He was talking about his very human cronies. And then, he said one last thing. I would recommend that you take care of how you treat me during my stay here. I wouldn't want to have to set my dogs on you or your precious family. I had no choice. I gave him the cell. I gave him everything he asked for. Everything? Wait, is that how he became the fixer? Yes, darling. I obeyed his every command and smuggled in for him all he wanted. Eventually, I brought dear sweet Frankie into our little conspiracy. He agreed right away, of course, because I made things easier for him too. So you're smuggling in contrabands? How exactly? Once a week late at night, Frankie would shut off the breakers. That allowed me to go from my office into the yard without being seen by the cameras. I simply dropped the package down a well in the prison site and went back through the fence. Oh. Each one of them spritz of a little of my perfume. So, that's what the sweet smell was? Yes, it was a signal for Canis' dog. When he picked up the scent, he would fetch the package and bring them back to his master. We had to make sure Rocco wasn't in the cell all the time, of course. Kind of been easy for keeping him from finding out. Oh, we're all very much creatures of habit here in the prison, darling. Everything runs on a schedule. Meals, exercise hours, that sort of thing. We know when he wasn't there. Adorable little bear of his freezes a fright at the sight of Canis' dog. Poor thing. So there was no risk of him raising the alarm either. She has oversight of everything here at the prison, which made her the perfect mule. With her on his side, Canis couldn't fail. Frankie would sneak up again early in the morning to switch the breakers back on, and our work was done. Apart from fixing the time codes on the cameras, which I would do later when I got the chance. You have shared a great deal, Warden. The gods of justice will surely take your honesty into account. I've been most dreadful, I know I have. I'm supposed to be the one in charge. The day of Knight's murder was also one of our delivery days, and so Frankie's blessed his heart, did his usual work with the breakers. But there was no package for me to deliver that day, so I didn't go out into the yard. So now it's to say goodbye to fix the system, and why she was. The police have been trying to track down accomplices for the longest time. Even I've had to lend them a hand myself, you know. Heavens know how many times I've hauled the secretive scoundrel to my office to talk to me. No matter what I say or how much evidence I present him with, he simply won't say a word. That's why you interrogate Mr. Canis over and over. Exactly. I was trying to track down this horrible hench people of his. I borrowed everything the police had on. Oh. Letters. Then I must
I suppose she must know about his corresponding chess game too. But no matter what I did, I couldn't tell any clues as to who his underlings were. Living in fear like this is... Oh, you just can't comprehend it. As you have just heard for yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The words of one Lagarde's confession have cleansed of all suspicion. Surely there's no need to hound her any longer. No. No, that's definitely more. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but this conversation isn't over yet. I think the gods of justice would agree. So you mean to make her suffer even more than she already has? Unfortunately, her suffering under Mr. Canis does nothing to prove her innocence in Knight's murder. She admitted herself that she knew of and even facilitated a so-called Fixer's delivery system. I believe she even used the same route to move Knight's body. And where's the evidence, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the fact that the sweet smell of Knight's body is the exact same scent Warden Lagarde used to signal delivery. What do you make of that? Well, that's because we've done it so many times by now. The whole world probably smells of it. So it must have just rubbed off on his body. I see, okay. His words would suggest that the smell had permeated as well. You've been rendered speechless, I see. Then I hereby move adjourn the session to court. No! What do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? What can I do? This is as far as we go.
Finally, so we're actually done?
Yes, Eustace, it seems we are. By the power vested in me, the court is adjourned. Oh. Who was that? Come on, Judge G. Things are finally getting good. Fender? Are you objecting to my joining of the session? Hell yeah, Fender. No. What is your objection? If I wanted to do that. You do, G. Adjourn. Don't adjourn. Whatever floats your boat. What are you doing, Mr. Fender? Don't worry about what I'm doing. So we'll just take a chill pill, shall we? By the way, I mean, square chocolate goodness, anyone? Are you trying to get yourself charged with contempt in court? No, my bad. Just a quick request to make us all. That's the Motor Saint's lawyer, that is. Yes. I have forgotten that you're his real attorney, Mr. Fender. How could you? You're killing me here. Can you blame us? You've been making Mr. Edgeworth do everything the whole time. Right, you are, which is fine. Biggest sign to put in some work. Work, you say? Somehow I don't believe you've worked a day in your life. Then let's say this is me doing some prep work for the upcoming trial. Have I questioned the witness? Now? Amusing, but I still have to ask. Got a feeling in my funny bone that Thief's here has something more to tell us about the killer. Do I? Yes, indeed. He's a major player on Team Simone. I can spot sympathizers when I see one. And you don't think he did it, do you? So tell us. Who did? Come on, spill the beans. We're all ears. Mr. Edgeworth, what's he doing? He's trying to coax Warden Lagarde into giving something away. Ask yourself, why would she go to all the trouble sending Knight's body on such an odd journey? It's because she wanted to frame Mr. Canis. She did? No way! If he was convicted of committing murder here, that would have grounds for transfer to another prison. Most likely, a more secure facility. Where he'd be out for hair forever, huh? Precisely. She saw her opportunity and seized it.
No. Saint can't not be the killer. That's not fair. I was all ready to prosecute him.
I know, right? But maybe we should just find out what she thinks first. I don't want to get the wrong guy, yeah? Nice. Now Mr. Winner's going along with it too. Well, Warden, are you happy to testify any further? Of course. How could I refuse a silver-tongued devil? Eddykins, you're such a way with words. Just doing my job, thief. Besides, one can't tell the truth about telling the whole truth, can one? I'm simply dying to tell you, Verity, darling.
Do say you let me. As you wish. Court is Hannah Jones. Can't believe you pulled that off, Mr. Fender. Ugh, me either. Thank you for your timely intervention. Hey, it's the least I could do. It's not wrong, I've been laying on you hard, and besides, the defense never rests. Am I right? Simone depends on us. Sadly, I think I just about exhausted my reserves of cool lawyer chat here, and we can't foul this up now. Which means you're up to bat, Miles McSmiles. Show him that never rest spirits. I shall. Fabulous, let's get started. But that dreadful man Canis is no telling what he went on between him and the victim. Perhaps he simply took a disliking to him. He's certainly the type. But whatever the sordid details, it was him. He stabbed the poor man to death. And then he had his dog exposed to the body. That simply has to be what happened. The victim, Mr. Knight, yes? I did a most terrible disservice. Yes, you killed him. I suppose you could put it that way. If it weren't such a sorry excuse for Warden, this would never have happened. That's why I have to clean this terrible mess. Warden Lagarde, as ever, your honesty is truly your credit. I'm certain Mr. Knight is looking down, weeping tears of gratitude. He killed someone. Like, I was just forgetting that he killed someone. I know. You've clearly never met Mr. Knight. Like, are we forgetting why he was here in the first place? Alright. Oh my god, this makes a little more than House of Cards. And my phone ran out of battery. Right. Good idea of untracking for the moment. Knight was being kept in holding cell while Mr. Counts was in a prison proper. What could possibly have happened between them that they were on opposite ends of the facility? Prisoners aren't as big as they seem, you know. All kinds of other things can happen. But Knight only arrived 2 days before he was murdered. Can't imagine anything significant happening in that short space of time. Then you don't know, Candace, my dear. He finds a way, I'm sure of it. How could he take a disliking to somebody all the way over to the holding cells? Oh, I'm just plucking possibilities out the air, darling. As I said, there's no telling what really went on between them. You're awfully serious, aren't you? Not that I mind, of course. Why is she looking at me like that? So noble, so dashing, and that marvelous sword, so clever. I can feel myself becoming your biggest fan, darling. I really can. Save me, Mr. Edgeworth. I wasn't prepared for that mental onslaught. Jesus. Damn, so many women falling for Edgeworth. Shame his one true love is actually Phoenix. Anyway. What more can you tell us about these sordid details? Well, we all know that Kansas once did for a living. I doubt the killing part gave him much trouble. Especially as the victim was already injured. His neck, I think? Couldn't turn his head right for, dear. That's what they told me when they brought him in anyway. They must make some report from the warden when new prisoners are admitted. Seem keen for us to think you don't know much about knights. That's because I didn't, sweetie, and the victim was simply a fun target for that monster, nothing more. I expect Candace used this chisel that was hidden in the chest set, don't you? Awfully grisly business. Just imagine, the man probably didn't even have time to cry out. I see. Thank you for your thoughts, they were very helpful. Actually, I'd like to hear about them in a little more detail, if you don't mind. Hey.
And which chestnut would that be precisely?
Right, the one the victim bought in, sweetie. Do try to keep up. The victim was certified chess fanatic, or so I'm led to believe.
How does she know about a chisel and chess sets? A few people are supposed to know about that. After all, we only learned about it thanks to a certain deduction we made. So how did she find out?
Of course, in the hands of a killer like Canis, even the chisel could serve a deadly weapon. There we go.
Warden Lagarde, you strike me as being more careful than the image you project suggests.
Oh, Miss Edger, please. Call me Fifi, or CD Pie if you prefer.
However, I think you may be a little less careful when you realize in that instance.
Tee, aren't you one of the more adorable little creatures? Ah, don't be embarrassed for all the family here. Come on, Miss Edgeworth, don't let it get inside your heads.
You said earlier you didn't know much about knights. In which case, I find it rather strange you know about the chisel.
Well, of course I do, darling. Don't you think we just check the prisoners when they come in?
You're not talking your way out of this one, Warden. This is entirely irrelevant and you know it. Knight didn't bring a chess set of him into prison himself. It was borne by Mr. Saint when he came to visit. Mr. Knight would have had it on him when he arrived. Oh. You checked him? I find that hard to believe, because if you did, that makes your story all the stranger. If you found the chisel, why didn't you confiscate it there and then? Oh. George Gavell, did you tell anybody about the hidden compartment in the chess set?
I did not.
If no one leaked our findings, then how exactly did you learn about the chisel, Warden Lagarde? Sorry. Because it certainly couldn't have been when you checked, Knight or Mr. Saint on the arrival.
Indeed. Such a thing would simply imply intentional oversight had been found, yet let through.
Precisely. So Warden Lagarde, answer truthfully this time. Where and when did you learn about the chess set? If you won't answer, then allow me. I submit that you...
Alright, darling, there's no need to rub it in. You got me right. Also, I'm gonna check like how much longer we have on this, because I'm gonna be honest, this is getting like really late at night. This is going for like way longer than I expected it to. Alright, I'm just looking at how long we have. I'm not like looking at like any of the answers or anything like that. Okay, it seems like we're like really close, so. I questioned night that was when I learned about the chess sets. Oh, sorry. Got reverb still on. But please, you'd have to believe me. I did not kill him. One moment, Warden. This is a significant development. The court requests that you make a detailed statement of records. Any objections, Mr. Edgeworth?
None, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, darlings. I'll clear us all of your misunderstanding, I promise. Very well. Go ahead, Warden Lagarde, and please tell us the truth this time.
Her lies are starting to wear thin. This is my chance to expose her.
I said question I, but it wasn't anything serious, you understand? I make a point of talking about every newcomer in our little home. That was no different. We just had a little chat, you might call it. And after all we talked, I had him back to a cell straight away.
The more she lies, the more thoroughly she seals her fate. So it's simply a conversation of a new detainee. That seems entirely above board. Exactly, Verity dear. I know you'd understand. Well, I don't. What proof do you have to back up your statements? I suppose we shall see, won't we, Mr. Edgeworth? You may begin your cross-examination. About what? How was he when you spoke of him? Oh, he was open and honest, darling. What?
That guy, honest.
He was just talking about one chrysanthemum promoting a pawn, I suppose? Prawn, I suppose. I suppose he must have been hungry. And passant and promoting a pawn. It seems he spared no one from his obsession of chess. Right. Chummy, she killed a mad sect of... Poor guy would have been in cuffs. Not to mention the neck brace. He was defenseless. Well, alright. So, evidence. I said a question night, but it wasn't anything serious, you understand? I make a point of talking to every newcomer in our little home. That was so different. We just had a little chat, you might call it. After we talked, I took him back to his cell straight away. So am I right to assume that you talked of night the night before the show? Exactly, darling. It would have been, around 3 a.m. on the 27th. 3 a.m. I fall squarely within the window of time laid out in your autopsy report. That seems rather late for friendly chats. Wouldn't you have been asleep? Only yes, but if you remember, a guard was attacked in a cell. We had to examine the scene of the crime, gather information. Those things take time, sweetie. I assure you he was wide awake. We all were. Because I find it somewhat odd that you would choose to question him at such a late hour. Oh, you're such a tease, aren't you? Anyway, no matter how odd you think it is, I had bought... I must really insist on questioning every last thing I say. Sorry, Thieves. He's like a dog of a bone sometimes. I'll be sure to scold him once we're done. So, would you mind giving us a little more info? Like where you had him brought to? Office, of course. Where else? Office. Which we believe the body was moved from. Why depending what you just said in your testimony? Ha 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 ha. You just healed your fate, you bitch. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, it's not the autopsy report? Okay. Remind me when your officers... You've seen the sign of attention to the corridor, I imagine. Once there's no entry. There, that is, CT. My office is just up there. A short walk from the holding cells. I understood you also had access to the yards. Why, of course. That's where my gorgeous little garden is. Oh, I see where we're going to this. You're saying that's how I moved the body. You had the means and the opportunity. It's hardly impossible. Hardly impossible proves nothing. There is no way the body could have been moved. Surely you haven't forgotten that, Mr. Saint, who dropped Mr. Knight's body down the well?
Yeah, that's what she said. You're miles off, Edgeworth.
Ugh, probably shouldn't push this any further now. Shit, I have no idea. Alright, what if it's like one of those things where it's like we need like certain... Am I supposed to just present evidence? I think I am. If he really had gone back to a cell, he would still be alive today. You really think I murdered the poor man? Right there in my office, don't you? But what might motive have been, darling? I told you, I barely know him. I'm no angel. I've had my grudges against Canis, but it was nothing to that animal. She really does hate Canis. Oh, I see. There we go. Whew. Judge Cavell, I'd like you to take a look at this. Now it's about a game of chess. What's the significance of this, Mr. Edgeworth? It was found in Knight's cell, which is exactly where you said you saw it too, Warden Lagarde. But you didn't just see the game Knight's cell, did you? You've seen it, Mr. Canis' cell too.
What do you mean?
Oh, come on. Don't tell me you haven't taken a look at the chessboard in maximum security. I imagine you watch his every move like a hawk. Or rather, I imagine you feel that doing so is your only option.
She wants to find out whose cronies are, right?
Firstly, interrogating your own prisoners is highly irregular, to say the least. But as you can say, Mr. Cass had threatened you. You put your precious home at risk. And that's why you took it upon yourself to question him. You wanted to find out who his dogs were.
And so what if I did?
You also you read his letters, which means you must have known about one key fact. You knew he was playing correspondence chess. And then you should appear at night, carrying from a diagram of a very particular game. We ourselves used the diagram to infer a connection between the two men. And it seems you came to the same conclusion. But in your fear, you took your reasoning one step further. You surmised that Knight was Mr. Canis' henchman, sent to kill you.
The real reason why she had to chat with the Bronxster. If his boss wouldn't crack, maybe he would.
When you questioned Knight, you made another discovery. For that inside as a chess set, you found a hidden chisel. Oh. As far as you're concerned, the chisel meant one thing, Canis. Thus you convinced yourself that Knight was working for Canis, and that's why you killed him. I see you have no more excuses. Judge Cavell, your verdict, please.
Much disagrees me. There would appear to be a little room for doubts. I hereby give my verdict. Bronco Knight was murdered by... Ooh. Oh, come on. In the name of the gods of justice, who was it this time? He. Warden? Oh. You people, you don't get it, do you?
I think we've proven that it's you who doesn't understand things correctly.
Me? Please, darling, I understand this all perfectly well.
Oh. You're just grasping at straws now. I have no time for this, Your Honor, the verdict.
I am curious to hear what the warden has to say.
What?
You're a dull Verity.
I just have one last thing to say that Mr. Edgeworth can declare himself the winner.
You're right.
Does anybody remember the certain autopsy reports? Of course, we received the finalized version this morning. That's right. And I was listening to what you told us about it, Verity, even if nobody else was. You said the wound was 4 inches deep. 4 inches? Wait. Riddle me this, Mr. Edgeworth. How did a tiny chisel make a 4-inch wound? Looks like your theory is the one that doesn't hold water, Edgeworth. How long is an inch? I actually don't know. What do we do? Looks to me like the Milesatron's out of commission.
You're an attorney too, aren't you? Why don't you just do something? Turn things on their head, it's desperate bluff. But it's a first mind-blowing thing that comes to you.
Look, Detective, I'm as much of a man of action as the next guy. Without evidence, up a creek of our pal here. There might be the end of the road. We can't give up now. We have to do something. Hello, Luna. How you doing? I am certain that one Lagarde is the killer. It seems the only explanation that fits the facts of this case. But if the chisel wasn't the murder weapon, what other bladed weapon is there in the facility? It seems we still do not have all the answers, nor the evidence to provide the answers. An inch is, an inch is quite big, 4 inches is much. Oh, damn, okay. I think I get what it's getting at here. That the chisel was, like, too small to make, like, the wound here. Oh, come on, gee. You're just giving the killer a chance to destroy the evidence. Wait. So what did she just say? Alas, we must wait until trial to see this matter resolved, I'm afraid. Wait, somebody would have to give the evidence to... I'm sorry, but if she's this much of a suspect in a case, I feel like she shouldn't handle the evidence, like, at all. Are you calling the judicial process into question, Mr. Fender? Yes. Hey, no, not me. Nuh-uh. I tried, Miles. You had bright ideas. What is the real murder weapon? Since it's clearly not the chisel. Very good. Also, does my model have heart attack? Is support? Oh, no, sorry. My tracking, my phone died, so I don't have any tracking at the moment.
Look, confound it. It's quadrified everything we've deduced out the window.
Nothing to add, Mr. Edgeworth? Allow me to remind you that claims not supplied sufficient evidence are subject to the harshest penalties.
It's hopeless. I can't think of anything. I need more time.
Loath as I am to admit it, Huh? We can't give up now. Remember what Mr. Fender said. Someone's counting on us. Without us, remember how upset he was? He was devastated. Nobody's in more pain over Miss Knight's death. There's no way he did it. But if we can't save him, who will? What's more, he believes in us. He's sitting in a cell waiting for us to come to him with the good news. And I, for one, won't walk away until we have some. Gosh. Gee, Miles. Your little buddy there's quite the motivational speaker. And she's right too. When you find yourself on the ropes, think of your clients. Picture them pleading with you to help them. Doesn't that make you want to fight back just as hard until they fight to the very until the very end? Think of your old man, good old Gregory. No matter how bad things looked, he'd always find a way to turn it around and save his clients. You're just like him, right? If there's any way to force a turnabout here, you're the one who'll find it. Simone's counting on you.
Judge Cavell.
You seem to have recovered from your composure, Mr. Edgeworth. But if you mean to attempt a defense, I would advise you to consider ramifications. You have repeatedly proposed misguided theories and have made numerous false accusations. If you do this again, I have no choice but to judge you unfit to serve as a prosecutor and relieve you of your badge for goods.
She's right. I have to put forward a number of theories to prove. I put forward a number of theories that prove to be flawed in one way or another.
Oh, I'm gonna save here because I don't know if it's a case of like you only have like one shot at this.
Have I made some sort of fundamental oversight? Wait. She said my theories were misguided.
Nothing to say. The cult will tolerate no more of your time wasting. I hereby, Sir, Mr. Edgeworth, give my verdict.
That's it. I've been thinking of it wrong all time. My theories weren't misguided. I was being misled. I think it was a little soon for that, Your Honor.
I'd say you're well past all, darling. Wouldn't you agree, Verity? Mr. Edgeworth, you may proceed.
Oh, what? I'd like to remind you of a few things. Citing of the dog Helmut. The fact that he wasn't in the show. These and other factors made Mr. Cass the obvious suspect at first.
This again, Mr. Edgeworth. You seem most proud of your blunder.
But what if the real killer wanted us to suspect Mr. Canis? What if... What if it was all carefully arranged? And what if the same was true with the chisel? Our purported murder weapon. Knight had been stabbed multiple times in the same place with a bladed instrument. What if he was stabbed with a chisel after the real murder weapon had been removed? Just leave traces of blood on it for us to find. That's how the killer misled us into thinking the chisel was the murder weapon. Why mislead us in that way? Why indeed? Warden, you took advantage of what the chisel seemed to suggest.
What it suggested? What are you talking about, darling?
Mr. Winner, if I were to tell you the murder weapon was a chisel, what would you think?
Huh? That Mr. Canis is the killer?
And there you have it. That was the trap the warden set for us.
Oh, Mr. Canis has a bunch of chisels, so he wants us to think it was one of his, right?
Indeed. That was their plan right from the start. To frame, Bodhidharmi Canis.
Your reasoning would appear to be sound. Warden Lagarde certainly seems to harbor deep abiding hatred for Mr. Canis. However, I think you know that I'm going to say next. That alone is not sufficient proof that Warden Lagarde is the killer.
I knew that wouldn't be enough. There's only one thing that'll prove it. The real murder weapon that we now know must exist.
If you cannot prove your theory, this conversation ends here.
If we could just find a real murder weapon.
How many times do we have to go over this? We searched the prison from top to bottom.
Eustace is quite correct. No other possible murder weapon has been found. I'm afraid, well, you're all at a bit of an impasse.
I can still prove my case, Your Honor, because it's still inside his prison. This would have made sure that...
The security gate?
I'm glad you at least remember what it is. And do you remember what it does?
Of course I do, I'm not an idiot. The security gate sucks metal. Which means you can't bring anything metal into prison or take it out.
Oh.
Precisely. If there was another murder weapon, it cannot have been taken from the premises.
But nor can it have been brought to the prison in the first place. And we find ourselves right back where we began.
Judge Gavel?
What I'm trying to tell you, Mr. Edgeworth, is that if you wish me to believe that there's another murder weapon here in the prison, you'll have to explain it to me how it got there.
Alright. We know it was smuggled into prison inside our pocket chest sets. But our contention is that the chisel was not the real murder weapon. So then whatever weapon came from outside the facility, then there must have been a way to bring it in.
Yes, the question is, can you show me the alternate routes?
Ugh. How did a weapon An inch is 2.45 centimeters. 4 inches would be about. Oh, Jesus Christ, that is deep. Fuck, wait, that is deep. Oh my god. Heavens knows how many times I've held a secret of Scoundrel in my office to talk to me. Of course, that's how. The fact is here. Wait. Allow me to remind you of our conversation with Mr. Canis yesterday. Yes, but as one of my bells. One of only 2 in existence. Just 2? 2 and only 2. One for my knife, and one for my beloved helmet. Exquisitely crafted. Utterly unique. My ears are my guide, after all. And I must be able to use my tools. Precisely. Of course, as you said, the knife has long since been taken from me. So you see, there's a way for objects to be brought into the prison unscrutinized. As part of the evidence one of the guard brought from the police. Mr. Canis's knife was part of the evidence in the case against him, and that evidence, not only that, but the knife had a certain bell attached to it. The bell was attached to the chisel. Correct. The killer took the bell from the knife and attached it to the chisel. But that can't be right. The chisel only had Mr. Knight's fingerprints on it. Easy enough to explain if the killer wore gloves. She made it look as if the chisel was the murder weapon, then attached the bell to it. In doing so, she made sure that all the evidence pointed to Mr. Canis. Who had access to the evidence from which the bell was taken? Why, only the person of whom it had been entrusted.
Who was that, sir?
I believe that'll be you. Isn't that correct? Warden the guard? Bells aren't exactly rare, you know. Anybody could have set that up. Huh? Unluckily for you, that's not quite true. These particular bells are unique, because there are only 2 of them in existence. Ooh. By attaching the bell to the chisel, you as good as declared yourself the killer. But you don't have any proof that I was ever here to begin with. I don't. Not yet, anyway. Mr. Winner, I'd like you to order a search of the prisons right away.
But if you do find something, that's gonna make things awkward for me.
This isn't about what's convenient for you. We have to find the truth. You're a prosecutor, aren't you?
Well, yeah, but, you know.
This worthless excuse for a prosecutor. If I had investigative authority, I wouldn't be sitting on it.
Yeah, it's not my decision to make. The one would have to authorize it.
You know full well that she will do no such thing. You have the power to insist on a search. Use it. Sorry, darling, but not all that evidence. No. If we give the guard the opportunity, she'll destroy whatever evidence is left. I have to object. I have to stop them. But what do I say? I don't have anything concrete to offer. What am I thinking? I'm never this reckless. No. I'm not a prosecutor right now. Oh. Only if I can save Mr. Saint. That means... Even though my chances are 1 in a million to 1, it's still worth the shots. It's now or never. I suppose this must be how certain serial bluffer always feels. Hey, I think... Wait, is this the first time he's actually ever, like, brought up Phoenix in any way? Throughout all these games? Regardless, I can't walk away. Wait, Your Honor.
This better be good, Mr. Edgeworth. I've got us. Got what exactly? The real murder weapon, of course. I know where Mr. Canis's knife is.
Do you really, Mr. Edgeworth?
I do. Not at all. Oops, sorry. Not at all.
If I didn't know any better, I would say you were bluffing.
Huh, you wound me, Your Honor. I don't know any meaning of that word. Jesus fucking Christ. Ugh, this is terrible for my heart.
There's no way you could. It's not here, I tell you.
Well, would you be so kind as to enlighten us? Okay. Think, Miles, think. Somewhere not even the police would search. Blind spot in the zoo. A hiding place? No. Oh. Did she use the same trick?
Her alligator. Her alligator.
Mr. Edgeworth, how long do you intend to keep us waiting? There's a faint possibility I'm right, but if I'm wrong, we stand to lose everything. This is where the real murder weapon is hidden.
Here? In the yard?
Indeed.
I don't believe I understand. Would you care to explain a little more? It's over here. And the alligator.
Of course. That's what it must have been.
Huh?
What's the matter, detective?
Smell detector, sir. It's, reacting to the alligator.
What? How?
The metal detective is reacting to something inside here after all. Your Honor, I'd like to remind you of this piece of evidence.
The chisel? Didn't we just figure out it wasn't the murder weapon?
You might recall that Mr. Canis hid the chisel in this dog's mouth. Would you believe that the real murder weapon was here in the much same way? Oh, that's right. The murder weapon is hidden inside the alligator in the pond over there. We detected the presence of a metallic object during our early investigation. Judge Cavell, we need to know what's inside the alligator.
Understood. Now, someone a veterinarian. I'm sure I could get a little sweetie to open up for us. I'd be happy to give it a try.
Please, by all means. One Lagarde, the real murder weapon is about to be revealed. Why don't you do the right thing and confess? Oh, as you wish, then you can simply wait and watch as your lies are exposed.
Oh, sir, we got it.
Oh, it's over. Fifi Lagarde. The real murder weapon was but hit harm a Candace's knife, making you the only person who could have killed Bronco Knight.
So I'm not the criminal here. This is all Canis is doing. I did the right thing. That was the threat. He was Canis. Curse the despicable man, Canis.
Oh, you have to come and rule my perfect home.
We could have been happy forever if it was for him. He ruined my paradise on earth. Oh.
Oh, shit. Oh. They were all... What? Huh? So she was wearing like what, 20... I'm so confused.
So she was wearing like what, 20 ferrets as like a jacket? Also, was she wearing like a prison uniform underneath? Was she secretly like a prisoner this entire time?
Prosecutor, Prosecutor Thwinner, sir. The test results just came back. Thwinner? Yeah, I guess we've all been under a lot of stress. Traces of Bronco's blood were found and Mr. Canis' knife. Just as he said, sir. Congratulations on a stunning victory.
Thank you, officer. Excellent work. You can continue to compliment me if you like.
Yes, sir. Thwinner wins again. I think I'm welling up a little. With rage. Excellent work, Eustace. Just a few loose ends tied up and we're done.
Huh? What are you talking about? I just solved the case, didn't I?
We've yet to confirm whether or not Knight really was working with Mr. Canis. It'll be vital to know if one of the guy will simply jump to conclusions on that front.
Huh? Huh?
As clueless then as you.
Well, then I guess we better get back to investigation. Alright, officer, yell with me. You're about to see the winner. Win a whole lot more.
Oh my god. I'm not yelling that. I expect this case will cause quite a stir. The attempted murder of our president is news enough. And now his would-be assassin has been murdered. But Knight was never sought to kill the president in the first place. The truth is not always as important as it seems, Mr. Edgeworth. In the eyes of both society and the law. How can you even say that? You do not have to believe me, however. As the prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth is obligated to accept this is the reality of the world he operates in. Being a prosecutor is about more than proving people are guilty. That's what I believe. We are all free to believe as we choose. But the law is not to be toyed with for our own personal goals. If you refuse to accept this, then you must prepare to suffer the consequences.
What does that even mean? Wait, you're not gonna take his...
Shh. I'm afraid I must be going now. Farewell, Mr. Edgeworth. Judge Cavell's right. There must only be one set of laws for everyone. But if only the laws mean sacrificing truth, can I really do that in good conscience? Simone, you're out! Oh. Hi, Regina. Is everything alright? They did let you out, right? Yeah. But I'm so confused what's going on. Some guy just came and said I was free to go, and I have Mr. Edgeworth to thank. You sure do. Mr. Edgeworth found out who the real killer is. Wow, really? You did that for me, Mr. Edgeworth? Eep! Oh no! Okay. Holy fuck. He saved you. So say thanks already. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Thank you. And it's a great big Regina Berry thank you for me too. Mr. Saint, talking to me directly. Small figures, I suppose. Can I just ask one question, Mr. Attorney? Oh, sure. I'm not actually an attorney, though. I thought Bronco was my friend. No, my best friend. I trusted him, but now... But now? Well, it's just... I never knew. I never would have believed that he would hate somebody enough to kill them. If he kept stuff like that from me, then he never really trusted me, did he? That's not true, Simone. Of course he trusted you. No, he didn't. If he had, he just told me. I could have told him that hate never helps. That he had to let go of all that stuff. Mr. Saints, I think you're forgetting something. I should show him the thing. The chess set, right? It's a chess set I brought from him. Knight had hidden a chisel inside. I imagine he meant to use it to escape. What? You mean he was using me? No. He believed in you. Me, Mr. Edgeworth was quite... Yeah, that's definitely like some of the... I mean, throughout the entire case, this guy was like afraid to even like look us in the eye. In fact, I was making a joke about it earlier where like
Kay had to read like Edgeworth's expression and then tell like this guy here what he was thinking. He knew he could count on you to bring it. That you would never be so untrusting as to look inside. I imagine that by not telling you, he was hoping he can keep you from getting caught up in this mess. Oh. Bronco! Why didn't you tell me? At least you understand now, right, Simone? I'm sure he does. He may not show it, but Simone's so dummy. Good night's sleep, so he'll be completely over this whole thing by tomorrow. That's not as complimentary as you think it is. I'll try. I have to. For Bronco. I have to show him I could be the best animal trainer out there. That's the spirit. Oh, I almost forgot. We're doing a new show soon. We'd love for you to come by, Miss Edgeworth. Oh, not this fucking cunt. I'll be joining Regina on stage for this one. That's right, the Very Big Circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town. You have oodles of fun. Sorry, I'm over a fan of the Grammari's. Sounds great, doesn't it, Miss Edgeworth? Come on, we have to go. Well, I'll think about it. He's going. He's going. What? Regent the Tiger? No way, I can't. No. Oh, you'll be fine, silly. You'll never met a nicer kitty cat. I can't. Please, Regina. Anything. Ooh. Another satisfied customer. Well, that was really something, Smiles. Talk about pulling it out of the bag. I couldn't have done it without you, Fender. Without your timely intervention, she would have gone away. Besides, I have you to thank for being able to investigate the case in the first place. Oh, stop it. Bam me in the back any harder, and you're gonna make me blush. I'll topple over. I suppose it'd be asking too much of you to take this seriously. Seriously? Miles, my friend, I'm always serious. Anyway, how's it feel to save an innocent client? That's what it means to be an attorney, after all. To be an attorney. Gotta say, I had a blast. Remind me of the good old days. Like Gregory was standing right there beside me. It's been like a zillion years since I felt this warm and fuzzy on the job. That's good? Bittersweet? I'm not sure. Say, Miles. You ever thought about going into the defense game full time? Excuse me? You know, pick up where Gregory left off. Get out there, actually help people. Hey, pal, don't get any big ideas. Mr. Edgeworth, any better switch sides? Why not? Coming over to the light side's all the rage. Everybody's doing it these days. Come on, Mr. Fender, you know it's not about that. Chill, team, chill. Don't get it twisted. I was just asking a perfectly innocent question. Looks like an mean defense team in here. Feel yourself, Miles. Fender, I am a prosecutor. Yep, and I'm an attorney. You could be one too. I'm serious. Well, I've had my piece. You've changed your minds, you know who to call. I'll be waiting. That's definitely kind of something that's always kind of been like in the background of like Edgeworth, is the fact that he's a prosecutor, but his father was a defense attorney. I don't know. I think the official explanation they give as to why he ultimately sticks with his choice to be a prosecutor is that ultimately at the end of the day, there needs to be people on both sides trying to do good, both defense and prosecutor. And I imagine that's probably the conclusion he comes to here. Could I really do such a thing? I'm going to become a defense attorney, just like my dad. An attorney, like my father, me. And that's where we will leave it. And that's where we'll leave things off for today, because it's been 5 hours, Jesus Christ, and my throat is hurting, and I am very tired. Though I think. Turnabout Legacy. We will do that next time. Alright, let me get the tracking back on. Alright, just give it 1 second to load up. Alright, but I hope you all enjoyed today's stream. This went off like way longer than I thought it would. Alright, let me just quickly up. Alright. Oh my god. Yeah. Honestly, I think this was a really good case. Honestly, probably like one of the best we've probably gone through so far. I feel like it had a very compelling beginning. I feel like it had like a lot of intrigue along with it, and it feels like it was never like obvious like what was happening. Like it really did feel like it was a case of like we are actually trying to solve like a crime that like is really hard. But yeah, ultimately, I think, as I said before, in terms of second cases and Ace Attorney, this probably does have to be my favorite amongst them. But yeah, yeah, good case. Yeah, everything feels like it tied up nicely. It feels like it segues pretty good into the second. It feels like it's a pretty good segue from the first case, and I get the distinct feeling that the third case is going to tie in nicely to this one as well. Yeah, honestly, everything kind of feels like a bit more connected, like in a much better way than what the first like investigations game was. So far, like already I'm enjoying this like so much more than the first investigations game. But yes, we will raid Don tonight. He was currently playing Helldivers 2. Yes. Alright. Next stream won't be tomorrow. Maybe it will be, I think, if I remember correctly, I think the Game Awards is happening Wednesday, so we'll probably stream then next. Alright, but yes, with that being said, I hope you all enjoyed today's stream. I have been Jazzy Jamie, your virtual resident of the internet, and I'll see you all next time. Goodbye.